Hello, everyone. Welcome to the annual ACE Invitational Tournament AAIT presented by Mobile Legend Bang Bang. It's an international tournament where 5 teams from 5 different countries will participate: Bangladesh, Nepal, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, and Bhutan. So the clash is on in the land of dawn, and today is the first quarterfinal, running the upper brackets quarterfinal between the Pakistani top team. It is obviously your favorite WAINS Dynasty versus the Nepali top team. Fate is also here to join the clash. And yes, I already mentioned it's a quarterfinal, the upper bracket quarterfinal will be held in the land of dawn. Yes, from Costa Desk, I'm here, Waqar, Mehmood, and my companion Zain is also here. So directly, I'm just moving on to Zain to the directly bans and picking section. So I'm just directly moving on Zain right now.
Yes, I hope that you are super excited, and guys, welcome to the quarterfinals. Today we are going to have our first match. Fate versus WD, and Fate is gonna have the first pick here. And so far, Clint is banned by Fate. We saw how good Fate was against Love and Roll in their first match. And how good it was. They defeated Love and Roll 3-0. So, WD would be expecting that they would go as aggressive as they were before, and definitely WAINS Dynasty also came prepared as well. And Waqar, I would also like to talk about WAINS Dynasty, that how good they were in their first match. The way they played and how good, especially I would love to talk about Cyber. And we were even talking about Cyber before the match started. You were saying that he's good, and I was saying that yes, he is one of the best players from Pakistan as well. So excuse me. So both teams are really good. We are gonna have some exciting matches today. Atlas has been banned by Fate. So far, a good banning from the side of Atlas. From the side of Fate, and we have Carmela as our first ban from the side of WD. And we are gonna see what are we gonna have. Martis, Waqar, Martis. You have seen Martis so many times in the ban list. You won't be even surprised about it. What do you say?
Yeah, you know what? Martis got nerfed, that we all know, in the current patch, but still worthy enough to carry the whole game. Even the Mortal Coil, the anti-CC skill, which works fine against those CC skill, like totally immune skill. Even the damage of decimation still too much to take. So yes, it's literally. Even after the nerf, Martis is still worthy enough to run in the meta. That's why people just love to put Martis in the ban section. So I'm just directly moving on to your question. Yes, you know what, Zain, I was talking about Cyber, the way he played, even the way you. Cyber was totally awesome as a hyper from the side of, WAINS Dynasty, and in the other side. And I'm also pretty sure about the Lunatic Panda's game, and we all know he just played good, and a couple of matches we saw from his side, he played very well. So yes, it's so exciting match, and yes, definitely it's a quarterfinal running in the land of dawn between these two teams, the WAINS Dynasty versus the Fate. The top team of the Nepali team versus the top Pakistani team is about to clash on each other. So yes, from the side of Fate, the Banda Khaja here. And the third phase of ban from the side of WAINS Dynasty, they banned a 1-1. So definitely 1-1 is a very good ban, because if you can't counter 1. And we all know 1-1's ultimate is a little bit nerfed. So, but if you can't counter 1-1, and if you can't counter properly, then 1-1 could be a nightmare. That cute little girl could be a nightmare for you. So I'm just directly moving on to the Fate side. So from the side of the Fate, Lunatic Panda, and I was also talking about him in the same time as Cyber. I talked about Cyber even, and I talked about Lunatic Panda picked Baratsir, which is a very good jungler, Zain. And from the other side, Wasfi No Counter made his appearance in this quarterfinal with a Beatrix, which is a very good marksman from my side, Zain.
Yes, exactly. And do you remember how good Wasfi
Yeah.
was in that first match? I mean, he carried that whole
Obviously.
match with that Beatrix and that insane damage coming from and Kyrie with this Valentina. He is really good. However, if we look at the side of Fate, we have Barrett's with Retribution and I mean, especially that
Exactly.
encounter there,
Mhm.
1 versus 3, where he actually
the IMU, so he will be able to give a decent amount of setup to his own teammates. So we can see on the back line, Fredrin trying to be a little more aggressive against the Yuzhong, and that's a total disengage from WAINS Dynasty. They're going to jump in back for the re-engage right now. The Dawning Light has connected, but no full-fledged fight. That's going to be the Daytona's welcome. Not used up as the Circling Eagle was on perfect time. That's going to be Roger securing the turn for themselves. And the Black Dragon form not yet available, but Xavier will fall by the hands of Yuzhong. Barat's being chased up, and he will survive for now, as Roger wanted to go in, but he had no mana. So that is going to be WAINS Dynasty getting a decent amount of win in that early game, and it's, you know, a dream start.
Yes, absolutely, and they just on the early trades here in the Land of Dawn, and even they took the turtle here. The first turtle goes to the side of WAINS Dynasty, and as I already said, they have on the early trades here, and Barat is quite busy to maintaining the stack, and now he's taking the red buff here. And here Dawadi is just trying to provide a map vision and gets a vision for his team, and he also Estes is doing the same, like just providing a map vision here, just taking the bush here. So yes, let's see, it's an early win that they got 2 kills in a row, WAINS Dynasty, and still the game is 3 minutes running, but no kills yet from the side of Fate here. And there's an Nibiru's Passion, just want to use an Nibiru's Passion to play the lane here, and IMU by Kyrie's copied the ultimate, and I'm just feeling we could see a fight here in the top lane, and only down this ultimate copied by the Kyrie. Here I guess Fate, the whole Fate team, they just don't want to take any team fight here, because they're already behind in goals, even in kills. So it's better not to take any early fight, because they're way behind than WAINS Dynasty. So probably there's a possible chance to win the fight against the WAINS Dynasty if they strike a wrong move.
That is absolutely correct. They need to play a little safer now, though yes, the lead is not that huge, but we know how easily a Roger can snowball. But of course, I really want to see how Xavier is going to position himself, because there's quite a lot of heroes with a ton of mobility. Apart from an Estes, Roger can run away, then there's a Valentina who's got the dash, Beatrix as well with the dash, and Yuzhong, we already know his Black Dragon form is literally unstoppable. So it's going to be little tough for Menma to play around this kind of composition. But of course, if he manages to get a few skills baited out and manages to survive along with the burst damage that he potentially has with the Dawning Light, he will be able to take a, deal a lot of damage to the opponents. And now the Circling Eagle has been connected. Estes has been taken out pretty early from the team fight. Cyber will have to retreat. That's going to be Daytona's welcome onto the Yuzhong. He will be stand away. Roger will also be caught. It is going to be the penalty in favor of Team Fate, and they're going to take another member down. Yuzhong falls, and they have equalized the trade and have not increased though, but equalized the goal as well. Dawning Light almost took out Roger there as well.
Yes, exactly. Almost that Xavier almost had him. Almost had that Roger. That was a perfect Dawning Light. So let's have a look on the item slot again. So Leslie already made her Berserker's Fury here, and the way to make a multiple build, as I guess Beatrix is almost way to make invisible, as in the meantime Beatrix was counter just made a Blade of Despair, which helps her to trigger a high amount of basic attack that we all know, and already enchanted talisman for Valentina here. And there is a Nibiru's Passion, but not worthy enough, not damage enough, because the hero was out of range, like Dawadi was out of range. So she failed to deal the heavy damage here, and there's a Daytona's welcome. But somehow Kyle just managed to escape. There's a fight going on. There's the Moon Goddess already performed, and there is a Roberto seeking the kill, and that this could be an opening for them. Oh, look at the passive of the Black Dragon. Oh my goodness. That was equal running on in the Land of Dawn between these two teams. The Pakistani Giant versus the Nepali Giant. The fight is running on in the Land of Dawn between these two teams. The early twist may be on by the WAINS Dynasty, but they made equilibrium here. They also took 3 kills in a row. This for 6 minutes, 7 minutes running in the game, and Fate just managed to make it equal, and this is so good for them, that I would say.
I'm not going to disagree with all of those points, but then of course I would like to add a couple of more things into the analysis. That would be, the difference between those compositions is like just night and day. We know that because of the presence of Estes, they want to play like Ube. So WAINS Dynasty would want to focus more on those 5v5 fights. Meanwhile, Fate would have to target one person who would be off position. They want to get the advantage in numbers and then convert the advantage into the team fight with the 4v5 and actually get the snowball kicking in, which does not seem to be happening right now. As for this turtle, it's going to go in the favor of Barats again. The Dawning Light misses everyone, and we can see Matilda being picked off for that aggression. The play that has been coming out from the members of WAINS Dynasty is immense, and that's going to be Daytona's welcome wasted up. No one being caught in that yet. Four people being stunned. Will Kyrie be punished? Yes, of course he will be. But meanwhile, Vaspi dealing a ton of damage just because of the presence of the endless battle. Fredrin joining in the fight. Appraiser's Wrath not being able to secure any kill, but the Dawning Light sniping down Roger. That's an insane play coming in from the members of Fate, and now they are in the goal lead.
Yes, that was a hell of a aim. Like, the Dawning Light was quite outstanding. That Dawning Light just took two people here, the Cyber, even the Kyrie in the same time. So yes, it's a 5 kill in a row on the side of the Nepali top team, and that is Fate managed to get 5 kills. And in the other hand, the WAINS Dynasty, the mightiest Pakistani team, managed to get 4 kills here. And there Barats is here trying to get some stack. And when you are a Barats player, that's what you have to do, like keep maintaining your stack, keep focusing on your farming. Like when you are small, when you are down, then there is no damage, no sustain for Barats. So every time whenever you're playing a burst, like, you have to maintain your stack. And there is again a Dawning Light, but not enough damage. There is an Nabirus Passion, but again he just missed up. Waswino counter again, missed a Nabirus Passion here because he just failed to connect with properly, and that's where the enemy just came and failed to deal a high amount of damage. And here the Barats just keep maintaining his stack. And so if you have a look on the goal difference between these two teams, then 25k goals from on the side of Fate, and in the other hand 23k goals from the side of WAINS Dynasty, and they're just 2k goals behind. Not that much, but it is behind. They are early in the lead. They were early in the lead, but at this point the lead has been taken by the side of the Fate.
That is absolutely correct. Now there's one more thing to notice. We know the late game scaling on the side of Fate is pretty decent. You have the Xavier, you also have the Leslie. So you've got the front lining that's going to be coming in from Barats, along with the Matilda, as well as the Fredrin, who we know will jump directly into the backline to disrupt them. So your Leslie will be free to deal a ton of damage. Meanwhile, the person who's dealing a ton of damage is Vaspi, almost taking out Matilda in the process. The Lord fight is up. We might see a contest from the members of WAINS Dynasty, because why not? They're not that behind in the goal. They've got a decent amount of items as well as the first few major power spikes. And mid game is the place where I feel like WAINS Dynasty should go on the aggressive. They should change those gears, because Valentina would be online, and so will Roger as well as Beatrix. And now the later this game goes, the difficult it will be for WAINS Dynasty to take down the members, those 3 tanky frontliners. Because Beatrix, yes, of course, got a decent amount of damage, but I don't think so will be enough to take those 3 members down. Even though she would be full build, I feel like the sustain from Fate would be much more than sufficient for, and it would provide enough time for Leslie to actually take down the backline. The Blessing of the Moon Goddess is already up, so this is probably the chance of Fate to go on the aggressive. The Dawning Light connects yet again. Yuzhong seems to be pretty low, will have to run back. He does not have the Black Dragons from. They come from the Nibiru's Passion, and Roger is the first person to fall in that team fight. WAINS Dynasty, they were a little confused with the decision making, and finally they've lost one of their core members, especially the Retribution users. So Fate have enough chance to get this tier level 1 Lord and try and grab those tier 2s from the hands of WAINS.
Well, the first Lord is nicely and safely without 0 competition taken by the side of Fate, and there is again a Dawning Light Detona's welcome from Lunatic Panda, and yes, killing spree by secured by Menma here. Their match seems quite aggressive. Even he is so furious in this game, like the way he's playing, and already 3 kills in a row, 1 dead, 3-1-3 KDA. That is nice KDA running from his side. And in the meantime, there's a domain side secured by Hoon, no counter, who is a roamer from the side of WAINS Dynasty here, and probably the Lord is poaching from the bot lane here. Definitely this Lord will take the T2 tower from the bot lane. and I guess so. And in this time, with the help of this Lord, they could easily push the mid lane here. Because usually I used to say like every Lord carries a benefit, you know, like it could be a Luminous Lord on one level Lord. Every Lord carries a benefit, and there is a Desmos welcome, but unfortunately nobody home. Again a miss ultimate from Baras Lunatic Panda. We just saw 2 miss ultimate, you know. So I'm not pretty sure, like when you have a blinky hero and the blink opponent, like it's quite hard, you know, to connect those Detona's welcome. It's quite little delay he got with his ultimate timing up. So yes, so let's see. And the thing I was saying, like every Lord carries a benefit. With Lord you can isolate a hero and get him killed, and in the other side, in the Lord other hand, you can give a push, and with Lord you can engage a team fight. So yes, every Lord carries benefit. As you can see, like the Lord pushed from the bot lane, and all that Lord, that was a 1 level Lord, and easily took the bot's T2 tower.
You're right on that. And there's the thing, you know, if Lord, of course it carries the benefit, but at the end of the day, if your defense is on point, so it might be possible for you to actually, you know, get the gold advantage, because those mega minions will definitely be jumping onto your tower. But it also means that your opponent might make a mistake in the haste of taking down those towers. But that is one thing that Fate is not doing. And we just had a look on the items that were coming in from these members of the side of Fate, and just look at that. Look at the front lining, the Guardian helmet, along with the blade armor as well as the radiant armor. This Barath is definitely not falling to any member of WAINS Dynasty. And if that is not enough, we have the Fredrin with the dominant size blade armor along with the Athena shield. So neither Valentina nor Roger or Beatrix would be able to take him down that easily. And of course, we know Matilda provides a lot of utility with the Circling Eagle along with the Dart. So Leslie and Xavier needs to be targeted, and it is on Yu Zhong to actually get one of them off the team fight. If he manages to get that one pick off, then Hamad will provide the opening that his team needs. And there's you know, one major thing that WAINS Dynasty has is that they are heavily dependent on the ultimate. The Dawning Light though connecting by the Xavier. Lord has been perfectly used as a bait for the members of WAINS Dynasty, and Roger will be the first one to fall yet again. The blessing of the Moon God is not yet available, and look at the amount of burst Leslie has. Nibiru's passion connecting, but Bharat standing in between everything and tanking all of that. That's going to be triple kill. Secured by number 2 Wolf, using the ultimate as well, but not being able to secure the Maniac. But he's done everything. The damage has been done. Kairi as well as Waspi will have to retreat back to the base. Dawning Light is used up again, but just to make sure Valentino goes back to base the second time.
Well, again, the Lord again secured by the Fate. The Nepali top team just keep dominating and controlling the whole map in the land of Dawn against the WAINS Dynasty. And this seems quite handy in this game. Even they're just utilizing their power, the front line, the tankiness, the Barats, the Fredrin, even the Matilda. So as he explained, like, you know, as you explained, like a lot of tanky hero in a row, even the items, like it's quite hard to counter them whenever you have a Beatrix with, you maybe have the you may have the physical penetration like the Malefic Warrior could make a Demon Hunter sword, but still that is not worthy enough to take the tanky Fade down. And yes, this is definitely a Luminous Lord merging from the mid lane, and I guess so, if I'm not wrong, definitely this Lord will take the mid lane inhibitor tower. And yes, and the blazing of Moon Goddess will come soon, because that little suffering killing spree from Lunatic Panda, and if the match log the bears, and that is all about mega kill secret by Leslie. Here there's a fight and a chaotic situation going on. In the meantime, the first game on by Fate, the Nepali top team. Congratulations, Fate, for getting the victory against the mighty WAINS Dynasty here, the top Pakistani team. And let's have a look on the chart here. So from the side of Nepali team, the Fate, the MVP secured by the Baras. Obviously, no one is as Lunatic Panda. So those guys who are watching from Nepal, you guys are proud enough. I know that, and keep supporting your team. 308 KDA with 11.0 rating, and from the losing side, Hamad no counter secure the MVP from their side, wins DYNASTY 4-1 KDA with 6.4 rating, and that is obviously good. But unfortunately, the Cyber, his game up a little bit short here, and he failed to score enough, and 0-5 for KDA. So directly I'm just moving on to the data section, and the data section will describe by my co-caster here. So you better describe the whole data section here. Scary.
Yes. Yeah, definitely I will, because I wanted to look at that, and we can clearly see Menma being the person with the most amount of damage, 31% in total, 70,000. And I really wanted to talk about that right before they were about to end the game, because when Lord was chunking down the mid inhibitor, I saw Menma using his Dawning Light, and Beatrix was literally brought down to half HP, and that was just a normal Dawning Light, maybe in the transient state, but still that was just insane amount of damage. And Kyrie was also fell because of the exact same reason. So we know how Menma was playing, just as I talked about that. Menma needs to position himself, and he did exactly that. Plus the front lining that was provided by Lunatic Panda, we can be clearly seen with the amount of damage he tanked. That would be 126,000, along with Roberto, who also tanked 100,000 damage. So they've tanked a ton of damage. So it means that WAINS Dynasty, yes, they were trying to target the members of Fate, but they were not being able to get the correct target. They were not able to pick off Fate, Wolf or Menma, because we can see they've only taken 3 or 4% of the damage. So the win condition that came out from the side of Fate was absolutely on point, and that is the reason why it was such a smooth ride for the whole team. Wapsi did try to do his job. He dealt 29% of the damage along with literally 100% tower push, but it was not enough, because I felt like somewhere there was some hesitation from the members of WAINS Dynasty regarding those engages, because at some point I felt like maybe Cyber wanted to jump in, but I believe Hoon was a little late while using the Blessing of the Moon Goddess, which resulted in Cyber actually falling. And there was a few times when Hoon actually used the Blessing of the Moon Goddess preemptively, just because he was baited by the Daytona's welcome. So those were some situations where I feel like WAINS Dynasty did make a mistake, and Fate were on point to capitalize on that.
Yes, so that's all for the first match between the Nepali top team Fate versus WAINS Dynasty, and the first victory goes to the side of Fate. So that's all for this match. We'll be back with our next game. So till then, don't go anywhere. Keep supporting your team, and don't forget which country you were from and which team you were supporting. So don't go anywhere. Grab your seatbelt, grab some popcorn. We'll be right back in a minute. As I'm here, caster Waqar Mehmood, and also Scariot is here, and the co-caster. So we'll be right back in a minute. Okay, ready?
Your team is banning.
So give me the timer. Okay, so
True love.
okay, started. So we are back again in the land of Dawn AAIT, the annual ACE Invitational Tournament. The game is running on between the Nepali top team Fate versus the WAINS Dynasty, the Pakistani top team. So yes, the first game nicely won by the Fate side. So this is the second game. This will be the BO5 game. If they manage to get 2 victories here, then definitely it will be a BO5 match. Or if Fate manage to secure the 2 wins, then it's all over for WAINS Dynasty. So as I told you guys earlier, from Custard Desk, I'm here, Waqar Mehmood, along with Scadiat is here to rock you guys up. So bans and picking has already started. So directly I'm moving on to Scadiat.
Thank you so much for that, Waqar. I really like the sound of that, to rock you all up. I really like that.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so let's talk about the bans right away. We can see that Barats has been banned out. So Fate, they did pick up the Barats into the jungle in the previous game, but they want to deny WAINS Dynasty for the same kind of hero. And they've also taken away the Clint, means that they're opening quite a lot of room for the gold lane. And we can see the counter bans being the Carmilla, the Martis, as well as the Kaja. So Waqar, I have to ask you a question. Do you think Martis is ban worthy after receiving such a huge nerf on his passive recently?
Well, then I would say one thing, Scadiat. Like, we already we already witnessed a couple of games with Martis. So, I would say still, Martis is worthy enough in the game, like the Mortal Coil, and still, capable to cut the CC. Even his anti-CC skill works fine against Tiger's ultimate. Even the Fatal Link, you can cut off any anti-CC skill with Mortal Coil. Even up to Mortal Coil, the attack speed, and if you talk about the ultimate, the decimation, the range is quite bigger than before, and still the damage is enough to take the whole team down. Even Martis is still capable to take a savage in a couple of seconds early of the game in the early trades. So still, Marty, I think in my opinion, Martis is still worthy enough to put him in the ban section. Even if you managed to pick Martis, if you got him open, then still I would say he is a better option as a jungler.
That is absolutely correct. And now the next best option into the jungle, I was thinking was of a Leo mod, which is still left open, and WAINS Dynasty went in to pick up the Fredrin for themselves, denying that one hero. Meanwhile, Fate are going to retain the Mathilda, so maybe they want to run the same kind of composition. They might go ahead with the Xavier as well, or they might change it a little bit. Maybe they want to go along with some decent amount of early burst along the lines of a Valir, because he can pose a lot of threat to the Fredrin into that EXP lane. I really want to see the matchup they want to bring into that specific thing, but for now, they're going to retain the Leslie.
Yes, once again, number 2, Ulf managed to get the Leslie here, and we already witnessed outstanding gameplay as a Leslie gameplay from his side, and he was quite insane with his Leslie here, and again he managed to pick out Leslie. So we're hoping to see another outstanding performance, the golden performance in his side, the Nepali side, Fate. And I'm just moving on to the WAINS Dynasty set again. Wasfino counter just showed up Beatrix here, and we witnessed the outstanding Beatrix gameplay in early couple of matches in this tournament. Like we saw, he just carried. Scared. I'd like to say one thing. Even we didn't saw, but in the one game in this tournament, the Wasfino counter, he just totally carried the whole game with his Beatrix. Even his team was quite behind in the early to mid, even mid to late, and in the end, he just turned the whole game and showed the opponent a trump card and switched the game between them. He just carried, in one word, he just carried the whole game with his Beatrix. And I'm just expecting the same gameplay in this game, as they're behind. They lost one game in a row against the Fate side, and Cyber this time picked up Balman here, and obviously we would say Balman is a very good jungler according to this current meta. So I would like to remind you one thing. Wasfi is good with Beatrix, so let's see what we get from this game with his Beatrix gameplay.
Absolutely, I would want to look at that because really, looking at the build of Vaspi on the Beatrix in the previous game, I saw that he did not even make boots. He was literally going in as a glass cannon. He was ready to throw hands right away. So that was one thing that I saw in the previous game. But of course, the major thing that I witnessed was that Fate was actually able to counter that a little bit by bringing such a solid front line that was not so easy to burst down with the Nibiru's passion, or maybe even with the Renner, or those ultimates. So that's something Fate is going along with again, probably, since they have picked up the Uranus and they also have the Mathilda for their side. But I feel like maybe WAINS Dynasty, they do have that idea and they also want to play along the same draft. They tried to go for a few comfort picks in the previous game. They went with the Roger. They also went with the Yuzhong. Did not work out for them in that last game. So they are going along with the meta this time, picking up the Fredrin, taking up the Balman. So they have a decent amount of front lining. They can literally just jump into that specific backline, marking the Leslie as well as maybe the next maze that might come in, since Fate have banned out the Farsa, so they might want to pick the Eve for themselves.
Well, let's see. And Curry is trying to ban the Lustrous from their side, and definitely it will be a jungler probably, and I'm not pretty sure which jungler, or they could ban other role, like they already picked a Roma here, marksman here as an EXP laner. So definitely they would like to ban a mage or even a jungler. So let's see, 30 seconds is remaining, which role or which hero Kyrie could ban here, and it will be the last phase ban from their side. So yes, I'm just waiting. Kyrie is selecting a Valentina ban, and we usually afraid Valentina, but sometimes the copy ultimate gets more better than the real one. So people just love to put Valentina in the ban section. And one more thing about Valentina, that those who are new watching this game, that I would say Valentina is not only a mage, but you could play Valentina as a multiple role. Like with a couple of games in other tournament, not in this tournament, we saw Valentina as a jungler. Even you can't play Valentina as an EXP laner in the same time. Or Valentina's durability is quite better than the other mages. Like Scary Yet, if you focus on the
Your team is picking.
is quite tanky mage.
That is absolutely correct. It depends on the play style of person to person, but yes, I agree on the fact that it is a very tanky mage. Plus, the way that she can steal those ultimates from the opponent. If there's a Yuzhong in the opponent, then you can basically play a dive in, as well as you can jump out of those team fights by changing form quickly, and you can literally clear the back line and jump back to safety with that specific kind of combination. I really did that today in one of the ranked games that I played. But for now, we're going to see the game that these two teams are going to play, along with the Thams that I can see is on the hands of Lunatic Panda. So he will go with the jungle Thams. And Valid, as I was talking about, is a pretty good early game mage. I was expecting Fate to pick that, but it's WAINS Dynasty with the answer. And since the Farsa was banned out, I also pointed out one more thing, that maybe Menma might go along with the Eve, with those slows. They've got again a great amount of front lining. They've got the backline, the Eve, as well as the Leslie. I really want to see how WAINS Dynasty are going to answer with the draft that they have got. Now I want to ask you a question, Waqar, and it's a pretty simple one, but of course it's not that easy. Who do you think has the better draft?
Well, then I would say, like, from the side of WAINS Dynasty, this as a lineup that we could see, they got the early potential here. Like Valor is definitely early game mage, as you told us before, couple of minutes ago, as you told us that Valor is definitely early game. Valor could easily make you win the early trades. Even Balmond, if we talk about Balmond, he is also early gamer, like early to mid game. If you want to finish the game within 10 or 12 minutes, then Balmond is a perfect option. But they have the late game potential, like only Kyrie, who is playing the Sicilian, is a pure late game monster. And in the other side, like we can see the Fate side, again, number 2 picked a Leslie here, who has a late game potential damage. Even the burst damage he's managed to deal. this is too high. Even Menma is a mage from the side of Fate, and the Void Blast, Void Crystal is kind of stack based damage. So literally the late game damage of Eve is too insane. So I would like to say it's not that easy as you said. Answer this question. Like both of this team has a late game potential, but still I would say Fate got a little bit late game potential damage. So let's see what happened.
I'm going to, I'm going to deny that a little bit. Not exactly deny, but yes, I would want to counter that. Retribution battle, though, has been won by the members of WAINS Dynasty for now, so they're going to secure the Litho Wanderer. Now, they've got the Valid, they also have the Sicilian, so they've got a fairly good early game with the Valid because we know he can continuously spam those fireballs of his, and they also have the Beatrix, who is going to scale pretty well towards that mid game. So they've got an aggressive early game composition, and as for the late game insurance, they have the Sicilian. They also have the Fredrin, who will be very tanky, and the more tanky he gets, the more damage he's going to deal with the Appraiser's Wraith. So I really like the draft coming in from their side in this game, but I also like the adjustment that Fate just showed with the Eve in their composition and with no Farsa in the opponent. They've got a very safe backline, I would say, because the frontlining with Roberto as well as Mathilda and Lunatic Panda on the Thams, it's going to be tough nut to crack for the members of WAINS Dynasty. So I want to see how they're going to play along with this kind of draft, but really I feel like they would want to go in for those heavy team fight composition, and a lot of things depend on Hamad on the Fredrin. He needs to disrupt Eve into that backline. We are going to witness the first turtle fight, Waqar.
Yes, and the first turtle knight is secured by the Lunatic Panther from the side of Fate. And there's a pass blood came from Robalto to secure the first blood here. And there's a fight going on still. There's a low HP. Kyrie is running out of HP, but just only managed to escape with a lower Lunatic Panther. Also secured a kill here. So 2 kill a row. Again, the early trade nicely on by the Fate side. Again, there is an early counter strike from the Fate side, the top Nepali team. And yes, I'm just going back to your answer. Yeah, I also said that they also have the late game potential, like you said. So there's a reason why I said that it's quite hard to say like which team has the early to lead potential. Like obviously when you have a Sicilian in your team, then you could easily say they will easily secure the late game here, because in the late game with proper stack, every single bat impact is quite quite dangerous. Even every single bad impact is capable to deal high amount of damage. Even with Divine Glaive is also capable to melt down a tanky opponent. So that is the reason why I said like it's quite hard to say. The composition is very well, like the WAINS Dynasty side, Valir combined with Sicilian is quite good. In the other side, Fate's drop picking is also good enough, and there is a rule manipulation here. And again, the circling Eagle Lunatic Panda got slain down again, and 3 kill in a row from the side of Fate. Again, they on the early trades here in the land of Dawn, and Uranus is just trying to give a lane cut here against the Fedrin. And whenever you just pick the Uranus, it's quite easy to give a lane cut here. And there's an Enchanted Chalisma, and the meantime secured by Menma here. So again, they're just trying to take the game out of WAINS Dynasty. So it's running pretty well in the land of Dawn. Let's see what happened. Will WAINS Dynasty manage to win this game and make it 1-1?
Absolutely, I want to see that, because that is exactly what they're trying on their end. And we can see, just as you mentioned, the lane cut by Uranus, and they are also applying the pressure on the other side of the map. They secured the turtle. Cyber will manage to secure his blue buff for now, but seriously, for how long? I want to see how well they can play, but that is going to be Beatrix collapsed on towards that top side. Menma gonna secure the pick off easily. Meanwhile, Valid going in with that rotation was a little slow, but they did the damage already. So Fate, they've got the pressure on towards the bottom side. They're also focusing on the top side. They're literally winning on all the parts of the map for now. They're picking those objectives, but seriously, they need to stop the stacking of Sicilian. If Kyrie manages to do that, then he will be able to somehow defend those waves, even the level 2 lords, because the wave clear from Sicilian is very good. And I can see a Clock of Destiny already on him. So yes, somehow Fate need to answer this pick on the hands of WAINS Dynasty. But seriously, WAINS Dynasty, they do need to find some sort of comeback potential, because they are not winning this early game. And if this transitions towards that mid, I feel like that Fate will snowball uncontrollably. As for now, they are going to force this fight. The lethal counter has been used up, and Cyber has been isolated from the rest of the members. He will not survive this burst either, and that is going to be another pick-off in the favor of Fate.
Oh yes, again Cyber got slain by the hand of the mighty Fate here. And there's a killing spree from Lunatic Panda. Again, Kyrie got slain by the hand of the Leslie again. Oh my god, again they're out of number. Oh, this is a hell of a team fight going on. And still, Scary had just 0 kill from the side of WAINS Dynasty. Even they're just controlling the whole map, even the whole game, and they're just playing aggressively, and they just all want to kill and take the victory out of them, and that is what they're planning and doing. And whatever their plan is, they're executing pretty well, and the confidence of the Fate side is totally impressive. Oh my god, what is Cyber doing here? And again, he will be isolated. But that was a swift hand use of Retribution combined with the little counter here. But I thought he could die there, but unfortunately, somehow he just managed to escape from the massacre situation between the 3-member was already covering him, and he just escaped from that massacre. That was totally outstanding. And there is again real manipulation, and Minmay again secured another kill, and obviously this kill was Valir's kill. And oh my god, they're just going behind, 8 kills in a row, still 0 running from their side. So as we're custers here, so I'm being optimistic from my side. Like, we have to cheer them up. Like, it's a MOBA game, Scarier, so there will be a chance if they made any mistake. So there will be a little bit chance for them to get the victory or whatever. Again, there's a Shining Turret, Vengeance Flame, and the enhanced skill, the burst fireballs continuously spam by Vali here. And again, a Void Crystal trying to make them slow up. And there's also Circling Eagle. Dawdi is just trying to do his part here. Again, there is a real manipulation, and I'm not sure. This Eevee just literally keep using his ultimate. Oh my goodness, there is the killing spree coming for Roberto here. They're just out of number again. They're just winning another team fight. Oh my goodness, they're just not letting us to talk. They're just completely giving us 0 chance to discussion. What you gonna say about that?
Just as we were talking about the aggression from one side of the map being carried forward towards the other, the score is of course pretty less, but still 10-0. It's a massive lead in favor of Fate, and the goal differential, it keeps on increasing. So this is the mid-game power spike that we were talking about, that Fate will get, and now they are enjoying, since they can easily access the jungle of WAINS Dynasty. WAINS Dynasty will be denied each and every creep, so it's gonna become much more difficult for their side to actually come back in this match. Yes, being optimistic is the key, but at the same time, Fate is literally not giving them even a single inch. They're not giving them room to breathe at all. They are not making the mistake. Even now, Roberto just trying to divert the attention of WAINS Dynasty from that Lord, and their team have easily secured one. I feel like it's going to be pretty difficult for WAINS to somehow defend this one, because they've got their inhibitors. Yes, they've got their mid tier 2, but the farm difference, it keeps on increasing, and there's probably a couple of item difference as well. It's difficult, Waqar. What do you think?
Yes, definitely, man. This is quite difficult to say, but as I said, I'm just being optimistic here. Like, it's a MOBA game, so any mistake could have done from their side, and that's all they need. They could create a momentum to take the victory out of them, the mighty Fate here. So let's see what happened. And I would like to say the item section. And in the meantime, I guess we will get no chance to see the item section in the fight will on. And oh my goodness, there is a real manipulation in the meantime. Oh my god. And finally, they managed to take one kill here. Oh my goodness. And that is a Sicilian that we were talking about in the late game. Sicilian is a pure monster that we all know. Like the bad impact with Popper stack, like this is too dangerous, stand against those bad impact. And there's an Abiru's passion just to want to clear the lane. In the meantime, seek the Lord, and there's a tower destroyed. And I guess they will take the top TR inhibitor tower in, I guess so. So they're just not letting us to talk. The team fight is running, the chaotic situation in the land of Dawn between these two good team, the top two team from two different countries. So let's have a look at the item slot. So Leslie already ready with the Berserker's Fury, the highly trigger basic attack, which helped to trigger highly amount of basic attack, and that is obviously the Blade of Despair. In the other side, there's a Malefic row of physical penetration. In the meantime, there's a fight going on. Nabiru's Passion, Vengeance of Flame. This time was Spheno counter, did hesitate to take a kill and managed to take a kill here. Just only 2 kills. Don't be so excited. Still a long way to go for the WAINS Dynasty side. So yes, I'm just completely speechless, scared here. Just it's a matter of time to see what happened in the land of Dawn, because as you can see, I can see the favor is on the side of Fate's side. So let's see WAINS Dynasty they managed to turn the Fate from by themselves. Oh, let's see what happened in this game.
That is true. And one thing that I know for sure is that everyone's going to see would be Lunatic Panda being reported by his own teammates for dying 2 times. But yeah.
This is hilarious.
I mean, but seriously, I want to give credit to Sicilian. He kept his cool. He has his own stacks, and for now, they've scaled up pretty decently. Beatrix is the one who's got the highest gold in his own team. So he will come online, but I feel like it is getting a little too late, because Nabiru's Passion, yes, of course, it is being used up, but it does not have enough damage to melt down those tanky frontliners. This is the exact same thing that happened in the previous game, and now is happening yet again. Lord is being contested again. Vaspi seems to be off position this time. I don't think so. He's going to survive. Kateran's Inferno is there, has been used up already, and that is going to be the chase from the side of Faye. They will take one, make that 3. That's triple kill yet again in the hands of Leslie. Wolf is not stopping. 2 games, 2 triple kills. Will we see a Maniac? Cyber seems to be in trouble right now. True damage is there, and that is not a Maniac. That is going to be a god. Like, I feel so sad for him. But then again, it's just Kyrie remaining circling. Eagle is connected. He will be taken on quite low, but that's going to be Mathilda falling down. Menma is quite low. Sanguine Claws almost hitting the perfect person, but gone now. That's going to be Lunatic Panda easily securing the loss. So all that chaos towards that mid and the base, and in the meantime, on the other side of the map, Fate securing yet another objective, and this is exactly what they've been doing since 2 games.
Well, yes, exactly. Literally, the whole Fate team just letting them no chance to approach. Like, they're just planning in the way they're playing this game, and the way they play the game, the rotation that they have, just totally impressive. That I would say that quite plausible here. And in the meantime, Lord is approaching from the mid lane, and I'm not sure but this Lord could be the end for WAINS Dynasty, and definitely it's a 14 minutes Lord here. So there's a Blade of Heptus secured by the Leslie meantime, and there's a fight going on. There's a rural manipulation, killing spree from Menma here, and there's an Abiru's Passion trying to clear the lanes. Not only those super minions, and in the meantime, Leslie got 2 kills here, and definitely they managed to lock the base, and this will be all over for Fate. Oh my god, this is a complete wiped out, and the victory goes again to the side of the Nepali top team. Obviously, that is Fate. What you gonna say about that? Say something.
They've rendered all of us speechless at this point, and that is a 2-0 in their favor with a score of 20-40. The MVP rating says it all. It's like their communication is absolutely on point. They know their win conditions and they play exactly along with that. They knew that Kyrie is getting those stacks. When Lunatic Panda fell a couple of times, he knew, and the communication was absolutely there. They decided that, all right, guys, it's time to finish off this game. Kyrie is getting those stacks, and he will be able to transition. He'll be able to make that transition towards the late end of this whole matchup. So they managed to finish it off pretty quickly. Itemizations is normal, nothing out of the ordinary, but we can see how, again, the three main frontliners, Lunatic Panda, as well as Mathilda, along with Roberto, full tank items, not even a corrosion scythe in the hands of Lunatic Panda. So that's something that we don't usually see, but it also clearly shows how they want to play with that match. They want the Thams to go in with the initiation. They want Roberto to disrupt that backline. They want to divide the whole team fight in two, and that is exactly how they've been winning them, since they've kept their damage dealers absolutely safe in the entirety of these two games. Not even this one match, these two games. So we're going to jump towards the data. Waqar, I'm going to let you go through with it.
Well, yes, I'm going through it, and yes, from the winning side here, as you guys can see, the most team fight participation provided by obviously the Dawadi 95%, and the most hero damage dealt by well, let me check it. And yes, obviously the Menma, from the side of Fate, the winning side 31%, which was totally a huge number here. And from the losing side, the 100% team fight came from the Kyrie, who was the mage from the side of WAINS Dynasty, and the 30% the hero damage in the meantime dealt by also the same person, and that is Kyrie. Yes, that's all for the second match, and the second victory, two victory in a row for the side of Fate side, the top Nepali team, and the country people, the people of Nepal are so proud of them, and they're cheering them to take the crown to home, take the victory to home. So yes, they will march for it. So that's all for the second match, and we'll be right back with our third game, and that will be definitely a do or die situation for the Pakistani, the top Pakistani team, and that is WAINS Dynasty, and that will be a do or die situation for them. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back in a minute. From Caster's desk, I'm here, Waqar Mehmood, with my co-caster is scared yet he's here. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back in a minute. Well, we are back again, and this is a do or die game for WAINS Dynasty here. So, 2 win in a row in the fake side, and definitely WAINS Dynasty will try to get a victory as any, cause you know what, Friday. I'm so excited to see this match, and will the match to win it, or it will all go to the favor to the side of Fade, the top Nepali team? Well, let's see. The bans and picking has already started in the drop picking. So what you gonna say, Friday? So it's a do or die game for them.
Your team is banning.
That is absolutely true. I want to see how they're going to transition, those previous losses into a win this time, because the momentum is definitely not in their favor. We saw how Fate dominated in game number 1 and how they transitioned it towards game number 2 and dominated even in a much,
Your team is banning.
aggressive fashion. Even though they had a Leslie in their hands, they had a Eve in their hands, but they managed to play fairly aggressive in the early game and just to finish the game in towards that 12 to 13 minute mark. So I want to see how WAINS Dynasty are going to answer Fate in this game. If they're going to retain the blue side for now, and Fate will be on the red side, banning out the Barats along with the Clint. So they're keeping the bans from the previous game. Maybe are going to go forward with the Akai. WAINS Dynasty also going ahead with the exact same ban, the Carmilla as well as the Kaja. Maybe they're going to try and take away the Martis. They I don't think so they're going to go ahead with the Fredrin this time, so they might as well want to ban it out. But I want to see how they're going to prioritize their first pick this in this round number 3.
Yes, obviously. Well, I was wondering, as they played Leslie from the Fate side, like we witnessed outstanding 2 Leslie gameplay from number 2 Ulf. I was wondering they could ban Leslie here, but then I just thought that Murtis was open, so they will definitely ban a Murtis here, because still, as I explained in the second game, how worthy is Murtis. Still he's worthy enough according to this current meta. So he may be nerfed, but still worthy enough, So yes, let's see which role Cyber is going to pick. Cyber is definitely the jungler from the WAINS Dynasty side. So let's see, 15 seconds left. Are we about to see a swap here? Because picking jungle in the first pick is not usual here, definitely. So definitely Cyber will give a swap here, no doubt about that. Well, 2 seconds remaining, 1 second remaining here. And Wasfi no counter again. A Beatrix here, 3 Beatrix gameplay in a row. But I'm just hoping to see a good Beatrix gameplay in this match, because as we witnessed in a couple of matches in this tournament, as he played Beatrix quite well. So I'm expecting something better this time.
Honestly, he's been trying his level best since the previous 2 games, but he's not being able to transition it towards that mid game, because he is not being able to get that opening, the front line that we've been talking about for, coming in from Fate again and again. That is the counter to a Beatrix. He won't be able to burst down 3 tanky frontliners, and oh my god. Matilda, Fredrin, and Esmeralda.
Shit, man.
That's just insane amount of tankiness coming right in first 3 picks. Ban out a Leslie this game. Like WAINS Dynasty just ban away the Leslie. Yeah, because the hero pool of Minway is vast. You can ban out the Xavier, you can ban out the, but then again there are a few more heroes that you can go ahead with. Maybe a Lilia, maybe a Kagura or a Lunox. There's just ton of diversity in the hero pool of that guy. So at this point, ban out a Leslie.
Well, I could say one thing, like Friday scared yet. That is, if Fate managed to choose a carry or as a mage, Lunox, then I would say, and definitely you're gonna agree with me, it will be a hell of a good pick for them. Because if they choose Marksman, they could choose a carry here. Because look at the tanky lineup, like who no counter already picked Atlas, the pure counter that we already know. Hamad no counter, and definitely Uranus is a tanky opponent as a EXP laner. So, if they pick carry here with combined with a Lunox, then I don't mind definitely.
that would be a fairly good, scaling draft carry as well as
Yes.
the Lunax, but that would mean that there would be no early game burst potential. And I believe they've got the Fredrin as well as the Esmeralda, so I am a little confused who they want to put in the jungle. Since Lunatic Panda is on the Fredrin, so maybe they want to play a Fredrin jungle this game, and it's not like I will be surprised. I've seen that a couple of times. Trams being banned out as well as the Karina, so jungle pool being reduced. It's another sign that maybe Fredrin is gonna jump into the jungle with the retribution. We can see the spell change right away. Eve being banned out, that's the respect that you want to see. What is going to be the final ban? Will it be the Xavier or will it be a Leslie?
Well, let's see. And they could ban a marksman like Carry here, and definitely it will be fine for me. Like if the ban Lunax here, or well, they ban Xavier, which is a good ban. Like the first game, as we saw that from Menma played Xavier pretty well, so definitely they're afraid of Menma, so it's good ban. But I wouldn't that much surprised if the ban a Lunax or even a Carry here. Well, here we go from the side of Fate, the mighty Nepali top team. Menma here made his third appearance in this game with the Lilia, and we all know Scariad that how good Lilia is, like early to mid game. The shadow energy combined with magical shockwave. Like if you were a melee hero, then you can easily get countered. You can get easily countered by Lilia. The early burst damage, literally you will get no chance to come closer to this little girl. So definitely it's a very good pick. Like I was expecting Lunax, but as he picked Lilia here, so definitely I don't mind to see Lilia gameplay from Menma's side, and I'm so excited, and Cyber is deciding to which mage that he could pick here, and Kyrie with a Basha jungler gameplay here, and we all know how Basha good is with a jungler, and yes, a Cyber picked a Sicilian here, which is a late game core, and we all know, and now I'm just so excited to see, well, no carry. Who cares about carry when you have a Leslie with a good hand with no number 2. So yes, your predict was right. Scared yet, like you said, are we about to see another Leslie gameplay? So definitely another Leslie gameplay. Nothing new here. The same lineup, like the Fedrin again, Dawadi again with his Matilda gameplay, and obviously number 2 Ulf again picked to Leslie. 3 Leslie game in a row. The game is about to start. The clash is about to start in the land of dawn between these two teams. And as I mentioned earlier, it's a do or die game for WAINS Dynasty. So those who are from Pakistan watching this stream, I'm requesting you just keep cheering for your team, because your team is playing and suffering here 2 losses in a row. So yes, the pickings and the lineup is quite tricky, and the picking is quite well between these two teams. So let's see which team has a last lap from Custer's desk. I'm here, Waqar, Mehmood, along with my side. Scariad is in my side to cheer you guys up and even to give the hype enough. So directly I'm just moving to the in-game live action to Scariad.
Absolutely, Land of Dawn is live yet again. WAINS Dynasty on the blue side, hanging on the ropes. It's just the final chance that they have to continue in this tournament. If not, then it's going to be fate going forward with a 3-0 victory, and that is definitely that none of us would want to see. So let's see who gets the win. And for the early game aggro, we can see the momentum that has been carried forward by the side of Fate is continuing. Cyber being so low into that mid lane, he was able to clear those minions quickly, but on what cost? The Litho Wanderer is up, and the aggro coming in from the side of Fate, it's just way too much. The secure that neutral objective, Uranus does make a rotation from towards the top side, and it is a winning lane in the hands of Hamad. But seriously, we know the scaling that Roberto is going to go forward with, so he will be able to outscale the Uranus in that laning phase. He will be able to clear those minions quickly, and look at the confidence coming in by Mathilda, just jumping in, trying to steal the buff of Basha. And talking about Basha, yes, it's been quite a while since I last saw Basha into the jungle, but the idea coming in from WAINS Dynasty is literally the same, just like the previous game. They want to play the game of Fate.
Obviously, and Sicilian Cyber is just trying to get some stack here with His first skill, that is bad impact, and there's a chance to see a fight in the top bot lane here. But here just no counter just escape with his at last. Yes, they didn't show any interest to take an early team fight here, and literally this is Morales trying to cut the lane here, and already he is in the level 4, and Basha is level 4. There's a falling star moon here with as Roberto here, and there's early touch in the turtle. Turtle is spawned in the land of Dawn. The both teams roamer is about to here in the turtle lane. There's a tortoise pushes from Kyrie, and there is a fight going on in the turtle lane, and the first turtle secured by Kyrie here, and there's a first blood secured by Dawadi also in the meantime secured a kill here, seeing the kill of Lilia, and also Huno counter got counter by the hand of the WAINS Dynasty. So it's the early blow, the equal goes from both of these sides, 1-1 kill, and it seems like this time you know, WAINS Dynasty, they're just too conscious about that what are they doing here, and there's a circling eagle out of mana here. Dawadi seems out of mana, and will she manage to escape here? But I guess no, and I guess so he will manage to escape, but who knows. Oh my god, there's a hell of a chase guy going on, there's a bad fist running on, and again Hamad no counter secured another kill.
He bought so much time for his team. He wasted so so much precious time for WAINS Dynasty to pick him off. It took so many resources. Even Uranus had to rotate to get that pick off, and in the meantime Menma was able to spawn up as well as rotate towards that bottom side. Yes, I would say the turtle went in favor of WAINS Dynasty, but they need to go along with those kind of trades more and more. That's going to be a good fatal link into the Nibiru's passion, and the double kill, the pick-offs that you were waiting for from the hands of Waspy. That was a beautiful setup coming in by Hoon, and another pick-off, triple kill this time. Waspy is not stopping. Would it be a maniac, the one that Wolf has been missing since 2 games? Nope, it's not going to be. That's going to be the lethal counter ultimate of Leslie used up, but not connecting on the Beatrix. So that's going to be Beatrix surviving for this burst. But the way that they've shifted the momentum in their favor after the first turtle, this is something that they need to continue. If in case they manage to do so, then they will be able to snowball this lead that they have. They have the Sicilian for the late game, so that's one good thing in their pockets. And they've got a very good base clear. The second turtle is up now. Aggressive play coming in from Menma. He has the black shoes though, so he will be able to survive. But the bat impact coming in, that's quite a lot of damage, and as the fight continues, that's gonna be the Nibiru's passion used up yet again. Menma forced to flicker out, but Fredrin making sure to pick Atlas off. Turtle yet again secured by Basha, and he wants to go in for more. The ultimate for Fredrin is not available, so he will be taken down. Double kill coming in by Waspy.
Yes, obviously, and in this game, WAINS Dynasty seems quite awesome in this game, and they're on many early trades here. And yes, let's have a look at the items. Already Beatrix with his Blade of the Spire, heavy OD, and alongside the Leslie also with a burst Circus Fury here. Both of the marksmen here, but I'd like to say, as I said, WAINS Dynasty seems quite awesome in this game as the as they got 9 kills in a row, and in the other hand just only 3 kills secured by the Nepali top team, the Fate. They are just trying their best, and I guess they will manage to get a victory in this time.
I believe it is too early to actually conclude anything, but seriously, if they continue to do so, then yes, it would be fairly easy for them to secure this game and, you know, force a game number 4. But they're going to first secure the tier 1 on the bottom side, so they know the things that were going good for their team, and now they're going to focus on exactly that, and that probably Atlas is going to be picked off. He was got off position, and the burst is something that you must not underestimate when it's Menma on your opponent's side and it is Fate on the opposing side. Esmeralda will be chunked down a little bit, but Uranus is also there to join the party. Falling Star Moon not available. Flicker is going to be used up for Robert to actually jump out of the harm's way, and that is going to be the fight. It's a messy fight for now, but Wolf is going to jump back towards the safety as well. And it's you know, the members of it, they're being pushed back for some reason, and this is the kind of early snowball that WAINS Dynasty they were looking for since the previous 2 games. They finally got a grasp of that.
So obviously, and they're just playing quite safe in this game because we are already said it's a do or die game, and this time again Kyrie secured the turtle here. There's a fight in the mid lane. There is a shadow energy combined with magical shockwave, and Cyber this time secured the kill of Roboto here, and the Lunatic Panda man secured the kill of the Roma. There's the Beerus Passion, but look at the tankiness of Lunatic Panda, and Hamad no gonna secure the kill. And in the other time, there's a complete massacre is going on. Oh my god, look at the chase. Oh my goodness, double kill secured by Hamad, no counter, and in the meantime, Little just tried to escape, but not today. And that was a perfect, that was a, what should he call that? Man, that Leslie just tried to escape, but he secured a kill. Then he just died, and that was completely awesome. The aesthetic to see, and one thing that I would like to add, if it goes to a late game, then the favor will go to side Fate once again. Because look at Esmeralda, and usually we call Esmeralda pure late game because the sustainability that she has in the late game, not because of her damage, because of her shield and the sustainability. Like one Esmeralda is capable to hold a whole team, distract a whole team. Like Esmeralda is a hero who can easily do 1v2 situation, who can carry easily 1v3 situation, 1v4 situation. So Esmeralda is too good with that. Are we about to see a Fatal Link here? But I guess no, and Kaido is just trying to give a huge damage, and there's a Black Shoes there. There's a Fatal Link here. Cyber just gave a one shot to that Lilia. Oh my goodness.
The main win condition for the side of WAINS Dynasty is that they need to shut down Menma. In the previous 2 games, they managed to figure that out at least, that Menma is the one who deals the maximum amount of damage, 30% on Xavier and then 30% on the Eve. And this time, he's not even given even a single kill. He's been shut down 5 times continuously, and this is the exact reason why Fate are facing such a problem, and now they're heavily dependent on Wolf, on that Leslie with that true damage to actually burst through all of that shield, as well as the defenses that will be coming in from Uranus, Atlas, as well as the Basha. And now as the fight continues, that's going to be a very good falling star moon, making sure that Beatrix is zoned out. But look at the HP of Leslie. She is going to fall by the hands of Uranus. That was a perfect tower dive coming in by Hoon as well as Hamad. And as this fight continues, it is going to be Hamad zoning out 3 members from the side of Fate. They will have to stay at bay. Beatrix is still alive and she can burst down a lot of tanky heroes. Frederick Jenga is not working out for them, but he has joined the fight for now. They want to continue, they want to press this issue forward. Fatal Links is not yet available, so they want to capitalize on that, and that is going to be Frederick stealing away the lot. The tides of this fight has turned entirely. The ultimate has been connected to 3 people and the HP is so low. They're still somehow surviving. The Fatal Links connect to 2 yet again. The Bats Impact shutting down Menma yet again. Look at the HPs on both the side of the map. It's so less, and the 2-man falling star moon connecting, but Atlas is going to survive somehow because Sicilian will fall in his stead. The trade will come through, but Leslie will make sure to send Atlas back to the base. A 2-for-2 trade after such a chaotic fight from both these teams. But Fredrin doing an amazing job. Lunatic Panda with that retribution, always on point.
Oh my god, that was an equal trade, Scared. Even it was eye-dazzling to see the way the Fedrin just steal the Lord. And I was hoping to see, and I was quite sure that definitely WAINS Dynasty, they will secure the Lord, their position where they were. And in the other hand, Fate was out of their heroes. Like they have 4 heroes, that Leslie was in a resurrection. So I was quite sure that definitely WAINS Dynasty will secure the Lord. But oh my goodness, the way he just steal the Lord, fitting the swift hand retribution skill, that was completely outstanding. Tremendous performance and the perfect use of retribution, no doubt about that. And in the meantime, as well as we can see the item section here. So well, here the Waspino counter with a Blade of Heptasis to assassinate. So with this item, he could easily, assassinate any hero, like the squishy one, like Leslie, like with Wesker shot. So yes, definitely it's very good. And Esmeralda is the getting tanky. the duration of this game is going longer, and in the meantime, Esmeralda is becoming, quite tanky, and there is a chance to see a fight here, and there is a pedal link here performed by Atlas. There's a fight going on, a complete chaotic situation running on, and continuously spam of bad impact from Sicilian, and they just felt the danger, and Fate just escaped from that fight. They just didn't show any intention to take a fight here, and oh my goodness, look at that one shot. Oh, there's you know what was I told you, Scared. I told you, bro, that how good he is with his Beatrix, and he's just showing his class in this third game.
Yeah, that's true, and I also want to comment how well Hoon as well as Kyrie are playing along the Beatrix, making sure that they provide the opening to Vasfi again and again, and he's capitalizing on that. Plus, the way they've been shutting down Menma entirely, he's going 0, 7 and 9. It's definitely not what you would want to look at one of your main carries, because apart from him, only Leslie is the remaining person who would be able to deal the damage, so he needs to stay alive. And the nerf on Lilia has hit him quite hard, because he's not being able to chunk out the HPs from those tanky frontliners in terms of Uranus as well as the Basha and the Atlas. He needs to play pretty safe too, but one batch impact is much more than sufficient for Cyber to actually bait out the black shoes from Enma. So that is how they've been managing to win all these team fights right now, but we'll have to see how well things go, as we can see Hoon jumping in so deep into that back line, and the HP on Lunatic Panda is also quite low, falling. Star Moon was not very well connected with quite a lot of people, but still did its job, made sure to chunk down the members of WAINS Dynasty a little bit. That's going to be a fatal link. Flicker forwarding on the Menma right away, but the black shoes are there. Beatrix managing to pick off Esmeralda in that situation. But look at these HPs. Fredrin wants to jump in for more. He will manage to finally shut down Beatrix, and that is the exact pick-off that they've been waiting for. But Cyber is still there. Bat's impact are still connecting. He's got the mana as well. Wants to look for the right target. Leslie is right there, but still Lunatic Panda tanking everything. That's going to be the killing spree coming in from Wolf. A 4-for-1 trade-off.
Oh,
Fate have turned the tides entirely. Like literally flipped a coin, and they've turned the whole situation around.
yes, exactly. In the meantime, there is a immortality for Dawadi to secure immortality here. That means that Roma is not dying today. So yes, the resurrection is complete from the whole WAINS Dynasty side. The whole squad. Beatrix is out from resurrection, and also Atlas is out from resurrection. And Lord is approaching from the top lane, and definitely this will be the Luminous Lord, because 14 minutes Lord. It's obviously a Raging Lord here. So yes, that was a good team fight. The game is running equally right now. The goal difference between these two teams are not that much difference between these two. Only 2k goal difference is running on here. And look at the damage of the bat impact. Scared. Did you see that damage of the Sicilian? And that is why he's called the late game core, And in the meantime, I guess nicely, the Fate will secure the mid lane's TR2 tower here, and they will focus on the inhibitor tower here. So let's see what happened, because I'm just too conscious about the Sicilian's gameplay, because that Sicilian is definitely a late game core here from their side, and I guess they will about to lose their top lane's inhibitor tower here. So yes, I'm so excited to see. You know what? We can't say anything right now in this current moment. Like, both of these teams are playing well, and there's a fight. There is a fight we're about to see right now, because Uranus seems quite tanky in this late game, as long as with their Atlas is trying to give good map vision, trying to get some vision for the team here. So let's see what they will do. Will Fate capitalize against those tankiness of Fate? WAINS Dynasty side. And let's see. There's a Divine Glaive also in the meantime for Menma, and definitely she is capable to melt down the tankiness and the magical penetration she will get with his magical damage. So yes, let's see what happened. And literally this Uranus is definitely poking Esmeralda. Roberto here. Oh my goodness, there will be a 4v5 situation here. So let's see what happened in this game.
They were actually trying, to bait Uranus out into an awkward position, but he kept his cool. He did not move, and Hamad played it perfectly, making sure that the Gang of Fate fails in this at that specific attempt, and that is going to be Wolf. Has he figured out there are a couple of people in the bush? Nope, he has not. He was just trying to find someone using his ultimate, but the bush gang gig is also up, so they'll have to retreat. WAINS Dynasty and Fate, they're literally in a stalemate in this situation. Yes, the goal difference is in favor of Fate, but it's not that much. It's just a 2,000 to 3,000 goal difference. And they've already reached the 43k gold mark, so they've got their main items. It would be just those final winter truncheons and immortalities being swapped out. But there comes in the fight, and that is going to be a falling star moon connected on Beatrice. The target that they were looking for has been found. Menma was caught up by the Fatal Links, and Basha will definitely follow up on that. They managed to pick 1 for 1, but Leslie making sure to deal the damage from the backlines. The tank killer, true damage. Leslie is the new tank killer. That's going to be Sicilian picked off. Both the damage dealers are down, and it is just those frontliners who've got a ton of HP and defenses, but absolutely no damage. This means that the Lord is definitely going to go free in the hands of Fate.
And obviously they are just getting this Lord free here because only 2 members left on the side of Fate. And literally this Esmeralda is trying to distract them away and letting his teammate to secure the Lord without any hesitation and any competition. And again this Lord will be Luminous Lord here, 18 minutes Lord with 20,000 HP if I'm not wrong, approaching from the top lane, and definitely it will take the top lane's inhibitor tower. You know what it means whenever the inhibitor tower is down. Lots of super minions, mega minions are coming from the lane, and whenever you lose all inhibitor tower, that means your nexus is open here, and there is a magical shockwave combined with the shadow energy to take the bush here. Well, I was assuming they will definitely get the inhibitor tower, but some way somehow WAINS Dynasty managed to secure that. Oh my goodness, here in the meantime. Oh my goodness, Menma against strike back, and there's a perfect fatal link. Oh my goodness, there was a perfect fatal link, and mega kill secured by Lunatic Panda. Oh my goodness, it will be the end. Scared yet, and I'm scared now with you. Like, definitely this will be the end for the Pakistani top team. The glory will be all over if they manage to log the tower. Oh my goodness, I guess scared yet, this is all over. Congratulations, the Nepali top team. Great, that is on 3 games in a row against the mighty WAINS Dynasty here. Oh my goodness, I'm just having goosebumps. You better explain the whole situation here, scared yet.
You said that if they log the base, they'll be able to win. They don't want to log the base. They want to pick every single person on the sides of WAINS Dynasty off from the Land of Dawn, and then want to secure the game for themselves. And the thing that they were trying to find since the starting of the match was what they exactly found in those last 2 team fights, wherein they managed to pick Wasfi off, they managed to take Cyber down, and then Leslie was entirely free to wreak havoc in the entire backline. Yes, Hoon tried to give in those setups. He managed to target Menma quite a few times in the early game, and they transitioned it towards the mid game. But in the late game, I believe Menma was literally throwing himself as a gift in front of all the members of WAINS Dynasty. Come on, do your damage, do your thing, use your skills on me. I've got the black shoes, I'm going to survive. And even if I do not, Lunatic Panda, he made sure to jump towards that backline. He found the opening on Wasfi and he found the opening on Cyber, and he capitalized on that. So yes, you can go ahead and target Menma, but your backline is not safe either. It was literally a fight of who reaches the opponent's backline first and who's got the decent amount of support. So even though Hoon's Fatal Link landed quite a few times, especially that last one that landed on 4
That
people.
was awesome.
Yeah, that was insane. That was such an insane play. He brought them to the other side of the wall, but there was no one to support to, because guess what? Their backline was being targeted.
Well, yes, exactly. In the last time, we witnessed a perfect Fatal Link from Hoon no counter. So directly, I'm just moving on to data section here.
Absolutely.
So
I want to see, who dealt the most amount of damage, Waqar.
yes, so I would like to say that from the winning side here. So from the winning side, the most hero damage obviously dealt. But I was hoping, Leslie, but unfortunately, 1% here. Like Menma was 25%, the most hero damage dealt by him, and just oh no, that's not Leslie. That is Esmeralda. Sorry, for my mistake here. So 25% hero damage dealt by Roberto, who played Esmeralda from the side, and he just perfectly done his job, I would say that. And yes, from the team fight participation, the most team fight participation came from Dawadi, obviously, who was the roamer from the winning side, 95% with Matilda. And I'm just directly moving on to the losing section here. So from the losing side, the most hero damage dealt by Wasfino counter, no doubt about that, 30% hero damage. And the most team fight participation came from the Cyber, who played the Sicilian as a mage, the late game core. So yes, that's all for this match, and three win in a row for the Fate, the top Nepali team, the regional champion here from the Nepali side. And yes, WAINS Dynasty, bad luck for the team, better luck next time. So that's all for this match. Hope you guys enjoyed this match, and the whole Nepali people are proud of their team. So do you want to say anything about the Nepali top team and the Nepali people as scared yet?
You've covered everything. You've covered each and every point that I wanted to say. And yes, it was an amazing game. But there's one thing I want to say to WAINS Dynasty is that you either win or you learn. So of course, they learned quite a few things, and the adjustment that came out from them, especially in that third game, that was on point. I really thought they might be able to pull it off if in case they would have continued the same approach. But still, the quick in-game micro adjustment that came out from the side of Fate was a little better, was a cut above the members of WAINS Dynasty. So yes, they ended up winning a 3-0 clean sweep, but still I would say that it was quite entertaining to watch both of these teams, go ahead. Both of the teams that top in their respected areas, one from Nepal, one from Pakistan. I would really want to see these teams ahead in the future too. So that's about it for this game, guys, but make sure to stay tuned. We've got yet another game coming up for you all. That's going to be between Team Avengers and Crisis Requital, and you definitely do not want to miss that. So make sure to hit the like button, click on the subscribe button, and we will be right back within the next 5 minutes. Hey guys, welcome back. Thank you all for staying tuned. We are back again with match number 2 with the exciting 3-0 that came in favor of Team Fate up against the WAINS Dynasty in match number 1. We are back with another best of 5. This time in front of us, it's going to be Crisis REQUITAL on the blue side taking on Avengers on the red side. You're going to be joined by me, Scared Yet, along with Sama on the casting desk. How have you been?
I think I've been okay, just a bit cough and cold, but I'm just fine and I'm super excited for this match.
Absolutely, and so am I. And we all wish you get well soon, as quickly as possible, because of course your fans would want to listen to you cast on and on again. But without, wasting even a single second, let's jump right into the banning phase. We can see Diggy has been banned out as the first ban, so it leaves quite a room open for Atlas as well as Kufra and maybe more CC based heroes. Sama, don't you think?
Exactly, and yes, as soon as they give us ban from the side of Crisis, we can see that Avengers has, banned this at last right away. So yeah, it's like perfect. I wouldn't say perfect, but obviously Diggy ban could be, the reason why. I mean, Crisis could have gone for Atlas pick, therefore Avengers banned it right away. So this will be the second ban from the side of Team Crisis. Wait.
That is true, but I also think that maybe it was a bait ban out. Like if we ban away the Diggy, the opponent is gonna ban the Atlas, and we're gonna have quite a lot of room open for heroes like Martis, maybe Leomord, Carmilla, because all of them are open right now. So I want to see something along the lines of those heroes to be banned by Avengers, but no, they're gonna ban out the Esmeralda. Okay. That leaves a room open up in the EXP lane. What do you think? Maybe a Phobius?
Yeah, could be. I mean, obviously, Esmeralda is one of the, best EXP laners, I would say, in the game. Like, she has that capability of sustain and as well as, damage as well. So, especially in the late game, she's a bit harder to kill. Mid to late game. So she can soak up most of the damage. She can also initiate a good team fight. So could be a threat for, Crisis. And also, I think Avengers, I think EXP laners, I think it's a comfort hero. They're a comfort hero from Avengers. So yeah, that was a, also, I mean, okay, from the side of Crisis, yeah, I saw their hero pool. So that could also be the reason why Avengers ban Esmeralda. And the third ban from the side of Team Crisis, it's going to be Joy. As we all know, she's a new hero. I don't know if she has that enough damage, but she is very good at poking, and she has that great mobility, which can be a bit annoying for Avengers. Which could be annoying for the Team Crisis. Therefore, they banned it right away.
Yeah, I've played against Joy quite a few times, even in the EXP lane when I was on Terizla, and boy, she's just like Jerry, and I feel like Tom, who just cannot catch up Jerry at all and gets beaten up every single time. So that's how bullied I felt in that lane. But for now, Leomord as the final ban that's gonna come in from Avengers leaves a lot of room open for the Carmilla. Even the Martyrs is open. So the draft is totally open from both of these teams' side. What do you think is going to be the first pick?
Well, there are a lot of, potential, picks that Crisis could go for. As you said, a lot of heroes are still open. Carmilla, Barmis, that used to be very popular on that ban phase, but right now it's all open. So let's see what ace goes in for the pick. 10 seconds for Team Crisis to pick their first pick. They can take, they can make a use of it. They could pick one, great hero that but it's going to be Archive. Okay, that was quite unexpected from the side of Crisis. But, even after some nerfs, I think he got the CD increasement as well as I think his base damage got reduced. But still, Team Crisis will lock into Archive as the first pick, as a jungler. So, yeah.
And those heavy spins is a very good tool to zone away the opponents and secure those neutral objectives. But I want to see how they're going to use that and play along Akai, and because they somehow would want a decent amount of damage dealing gold dinner or maybe a mage. One of them should be scaling at this point. Plus, Leslie as well as Valentina has been picked up by the Avengers, so it clearly shows that they're ready with the counter because the heavy spins will be stolen away by Lemon, and I call it a Beyblade battle because I've been a Beyblade fan. And that's what we are going to witness in the upcoming few minutes after the drafting phase. And I want to see how Crisis Requital answer the Leslie as well as Valentina. One, they've locked in the Sicilian, and that's going to be the Estes.
Estes from the side of Team Crisis. I think two of the very popular picks in the annual Ace Invitational tournament. We've seen a lot of Estes, we've seen a lot of Sicilian, and actually, I think we've seen actually some insane gameplays from Sicilian. I think from Lemon himself in the best of five that happened previously. I think it was I don't know, December 3rd or something, but it was a great match to witness. But here it was third pick from the side of Team Avengers, and Sibling will lock into this Carmilla right away as Carmilla, as we all know, that she's quite popular on that ban phase, but yeah, this time it was open, and actually she was not prioritized, but Avengers picked her as the third pick.
I really like this answer from Avengers. They've literally answered the entire first half from Crisis Requital to counter the Akai. They've got Valentina who can steal away the Hurricane Dance or the heavy spins that is known as, and to counter the Estes, which we popularly know him because of the Ube strat by Blacklist International. It's going to be perfectly countered by this Carmilla because the new reworked Curse of Blood, it deals that area damage, not exactly area damage, but it's basically an AOE. And when you've got an Estes in your team, you would want to stick near that hero so that you get the healing, but that is exactly what Carmilla wants. That is exactly what she's basically made for, to counter, and we're gonna witness how she's going to do that, and that's something I'm really looking forward to. But looking at the next two bans, that is going to be the 1-1 as well as the Martis. So I understand the banning away 1-1, making sure to chunk out that goal into reduce the goal in hero pool. They've got the Leslie on their hands, and now they're trying to make room. They make a lot of room for Leslie, so maybe they might ban away the Clint. So Sama, I want to ask you, what do you think should be a decent ban in this situation?
I think they should go for even more gold laners, as you said. The ban Clint right away because they already have a decent gold laner from their side, so they obviously don't want their opponent to outplay the marksman. So I think Clint could have been a good option for Team Crisis here with that passive. He can just deal that huge amount of damage, especially mid to late game. I mean, even from the early game, I think Clint has a very nice damage. Therefore, yeah, that was a good ban coming in from the side of Team Avengers, whereas this will be the last ban from the side of Crisis. So in for the ban phase, they already have four very good, mostly support. I think, yeah, Diggy, Kaja, and this Joy, where Smartest has been banned. So this will be the last ban. So what do you think? One more EXP later?
Maybe a jungler, probably, because they've already got the Akai, so they might as well take away a jungler. But okay, they basically said no to both of us straight on face. They're like, nope, we're gonna ban the Franco. But I'm literally confused because they can already see a Carmilla in the opponent. So they took away the Franco. Carmilla is going to play that roam role. Or maybe they think that this Carmilla might go into the jungle. Because I've probably heard some rumors about a few teams trying Carmilla into the jungle composition.
Could be, but yeah, we'll be able to, witness that later about the Carmilla being a jungle. I mean, that would be pretty interesting, to see Carmilla jungle, but yes, Barrett will be locked in from the side of Team Avengers. Yahiko on that Barrett. And yes, this made pretty clear that I think Barrett is probably going to be the jungler from the side of Team Avengers. And again, to mention, Barrett is also one of the popular heroes in this tournament. Yeah, we've seen a lot of Barrett. We've seen a lot of gameplays from Barrett. So let's see how Yahiko will be able to execute this Barrett in the game. And yes, double pick from the side of Team Crisis. They already have 3 good picks, I would say. So let's see what last 2 pick they choose for their side.
I really want to see some tanky EXP lane from the side of Avengers, because in order to counter the Masha that has been logged in by Crisis REQUITAL, they need something that can either clear the waves faster as well as sustain in front of Masha, or maybe some hero that can match up the rotation speed, because I feel like the ultimate is going to be used up either on Leslie or on Valentina, because I know and I've personally witnessed as a marksman, I hate to see a Masha in the opponent, because she's just going to jump on me and take away 50 to 60% of my HP in that mid and late game. So I want to see something that can answer a Masha, or maybe something along the lines of a Lapu Lapu, because we've seen that has been recently buffed. So
Wow. Yeah.
might as well give him a try. And he's a pretty decent frontliner and can also zone out the Sicilian along with the Beatrix. So I really like the answer that has been coming from the side of Avengers till now, but they're going to lock in the Terizla
Yes.
and they're going to finish up their draft. So, Sama, who do you think has the better draft?
Well, I can't say that because I mean, looking at the draft, I think both of them has their weaknesses and strengths. So it's just about how they executed in the match. But yeah, I'm super excited for this match. Both of the teams are really, really, good in their each reason. So I'm excited for this match. And yes, guys, this is the first match, which will be Crisis Requital versus Team Avengers. This is the first game. It is a best of 5, so any team has to win 3 games to get ahead from this round. So yeah, what do you think? Scared yet? Are you excited for this match?
Oh, I am. I am so excited for this match because I've heard how Crisis Requital are literally one of the top teams in their nation, and I want to see how well Avengers are going to answer that, guys. We all are going to witness that in the next few minutes as we are going to jump into the land of dawn. It is going to be Crisis Requital on the blue side taking on Avengers on the red side. Best of 5 is the name of the game. We are jumping in game number 1. Let's see who gets the win.
Yes, guys, a first game between Crisis versus Team Avengers. Obviously, junglers are going in for the respective farms here. Akai on his orange buff, and actually Barris is going for his purple buff. Firstly, and nothing too fancy. You can see Esmeralda clearing her lane as fast as possible. Probably will try to rotate or contest for the lethal Wanderer here.
Yes, of course, because they've got the Barat, Kai. Both of them would want to contest for the Litho, but since Barat does not have the stacks, he would want to play it a little safe, and he actually manages to steal away the Litho. So that's going to give him some decent amount of early game. But then again, we have to wait and see how well they're going to transition it, because the lane clearing for now of Sicilian seems pretty better, but since the retreat of Barats was used up, I can see the aggression from the Crisis Requital members. They want to try and steal away the red, but the retribution from Akai has also been used up. He seems to be in trouble for now. The healing of Estes is over. Carmilla wants to jump in for more, and it's going to be first blood secured by Avengers. A good punish coming in from Zibling.
Yes, actually, they made a good use of that SS here, as you could see, and obviously the movement speed coming in from that bloodbath, as well as the Crimson Flower dealing that continuous damage, and still Zibling is going in ace. Might be quite in trouble here, but yes, he will be able to escape for now. Actually, that was a very good one coming in from Avengers. I would say good initiation, and there was an invasion, and actually Yahiko managed to get his purple buff, so that might be quite disadvantaging for Akai, because he also died in the early minutes, and also he didn't got his purple buff as well, so he might be quite lagging behind. But Naviru's passion just got used by this Beatrix, and she missed her sniper, but that's quite okay because we can be always precise every time. And obviously, as it's quite obvious that why Lemon has locked into Akai, because obviously she could use that ultimate to zone out. And what an amazing pin coming in from Valentina, and Void will be going in right away. Good execution of the ultimate, and yes, Carmilla will be able to get a kill as well. I think that was a 1-for-1 trade coming in from both sides, but I think it was
true. Yeah, that's correct for now, but I seriously feel like that win probably overextended a little bit. Yes, of course, he got a pick off on Void, but I don't think so it was worth it at that point. The penalty zone is going to be used, but then again, the immunity coming in from Wizard is going to make sure that he survives the upcoming burst from the skill 2 of Teresa. So nothing more gonna happen in that EX billion. It's gonna be one of the most boring matchup at the end of the day, because both of them are just entirely tanky, man. Come on, just show us some marksman lane where the action is right now. And just as, coming back to the point that you were talking about, yes, it was a decent pin from Win, but then again, he ended up falling again. So that's two deaths on his account already. And Barats is getting more and more room to, actually get that farm lead. And if in case that happens, it's going to become a little difficult for Crisis Requital to come back in this game, since they don't have such an amazing late game potential apart from Sicilian.
Exactly, and you can see how Avengers is trying to, pressurize lanes. They are trying to initiate a fight here, and Barretts is making sure he has his stack up, and Heavy Spin will be used by Wind right away, pinning the Zeppelin on the way. But I think Zeppelin will not be able to escape because Never's Passion will be able to get him. Yahiko using Detona's Welcome, but is getting the tower damage as well. Therefore, 4v1 situation for Yahiko, and double kill will be secured by Beatrix this time. Obviously, I think they it didn't happen the way Avengers wanted.
Yeah. You're correct on that. And now they're actually going to lose the Turtle Pit and the next upcoming Turtle, which is going to be secured by Crisis Requital easily. So the farm deficit that they were in now has turned into a farm lead of 100 gold, but that's about it. It's not that high, but Beatrix can snowball uncontrollably as Soren has not been shut down even one time. He's got a couple of kills on his hand. I really want to see what items he has built up until this point, because if in case he already has a BOD, no, for now he does not, but as soon as he gets that BOD, he will be able to chunk down Leslie, Valentina, as well as those tanky frontliners.
Yes, indeed. I think he's going in for what, Hunter Strike, or I think that is Blade of Hypnosis, those items. But yeah, we'll be able to see later. But I can smell a next fight initiation coming in. Lemon, I think successfully managed to take Esther's ultimate, so he might be able to use it. But when in an uncomfortable situation here, trying to escape, he probably has that heavy spin to escape. Yeah, he will be using it right away to retreat from the situation here. He isn't that tanky yet because he got delayed in the farm earlier. But Soren might get caught up here. Estes with the Healing of the Moonlight Goddess will be able to survive for now. The buff will be in the hands of a Win for now. I mean, they tried to invade pretty good, but the swift retribution, he got it. But yeah, that was quite, I don't know what, that was obviously initiation for a team fight, but somehow they disengaged. So yeah, I think there is still a chance of team fight, but I think it will be disengaged for now.
Yeah, I feel like that you've got a pretty good sense of smell, because you perfectly sniffed out that team fight. And the blessing of the Moon Goddess was something that saved the life of Beatrix for now, but I want to see for how long. Because once the dominant sizes are up, and they're up and going, and okay, we're going to talk about that later, as that's going to be Detona's Welcome, but the pen down is absolutely perfect, and Yahiko seems to be in trouble, as it's going to be chunked down pretty low. Beatrix not being able to secure, but Sicilian with a bad impact has enough damage to get that one pick off, but Beatrix will be traded. Valentina comes up for the trade, and Masha will be zoned out perfectly by Terizla. So that was such a well-played team fight. A jungler for a gold dinner. I still would say the trade was a little bit in favor of the side of Avengers, but if in case Crisis Requital managed to secure this turtle without any problem, then it's gonna be turned around entirely. And yes, they managed to do that. Carmilla tried to go in for the steal, but not enough. The penalty zone, though, in the bottom side is going to come up, and Wizard is going to survive with the sprint. So quite a few resources being baited out, and it might be possible for Terizla to push that lane by cutting off the minions.
Yes, I mean, we can see that Terizla is like constantly cutting the lane. I mean, both of them are pretty tanky, and I don't think both of them can kill each other until the rotation arrives. And we can see Quiz is just, clearing the minion waves as fast as possible, rotating, trying to, clear the minion waves from the other lanes as well. So, I mean, that's what I think Explainer is supposed to do. I think he's definitely winning the lane in the bottom lane. So yes, whereas on the top lane we can see some movement coming in. Could be a possible gank in there too in the mid lane. Sicilian and Valentina there. Lemon has that Akai's ultimate, so yeah, she could use it to either retreat or initiate a team fight. Could make a good use of it. Once again, heavy spin will be used by win right away, but Daytona's Welcome will be able to take him down and pin him down. He will not be able to survive all that damage, even with the Moonlight, the blessing of the Moonlight Goddess, and he was instantly melted. He got taken out in the team fight. Two of them were surviving on the top lane, but this time I think that will be it. I think jungler was dead, and that is more than enough for Avengers for now, because they have a 1k gold lead. So yes, they just have to maintain it, to actually sustain this lead in the game.
I would say that instead of actually maintaining this lead, they would want to snowball it
Yeah.
entirely, because the late game potential we know of Sicilian is absolutely insane. The wave clearing we saw in the previous match on the hands of WAINS Dynasty, they almost managed to pull it off. But for now, I want to see how Crisis Requital are going to play along with that, because Beatrix is going to start to fall off since it's already the mid game. Probably by the end of 13th minute or maybe 14th minute, it's going to be Leslie's arena. So I want to see how Crisis Requital are going to adjust towards that later stages of the game. For now, we are going to see the Lord contest. That's going to be the heavy spins baited out. Curse of Blood is absolutely perfect, connecting 3 people. Estes is along with the Beatrix Hurricane Dance from Lemon, used up already. But look at the backside. That's going to be a Kai picked off already. Masha is going to run away with 1 HP, and so will Misery. They both will survive, but Masha can jump back into the team fight quickly. And that's about it. It was literally a 1-for-1 trade-off, but the Lord was secured by the side of I forgot the name.
Team Avengers. Yes, they managed to get the Lord for themselves. Avengers, they lost 1 member, but they still have the Lord in their hand. And I don't think this is not non-luminous Lord, so I think they'll be able to melt it right away. Yahiko is probably trying to pressurize the other lanes, but Never's Passion will be able to, take down those minions right away. Sicilian just trying to melt these Lord as fast as possible. Probably they don't want to give the towers, but the second tower from the bottom lane, top lane actually will be gone. And yes, Masha on that, second bar, 2 bar HP, just taking the damage, letting the Sicilian, get those minions as fast as possible. Will probably help them stack up as well. So yes, just 10 minutes inside the game, and as we know that Crisis has the late game potential, as you mentioned, as I mentioned, and they could be making I wouldn't say comeback, they still are. I don't think they're in that different pages, but still they do have the chances. I mean, they definitely do.
Right, because Strife has not been picked off even a single time, so it clearly shows how fat he would be on those stacks. And Beru's Passion just to clear 1 minion off, and it was not able to do so. So we can clearly see the nerf on the Beatrix hitting up in so badly. Will we see a heavy spin baited? No. Akai is going to be terrified for now, but no heavy spins. That's going to be a good penalty zone along with the Curse of Blood connecting with 3 people. And we're going to see Masha chasing down Valentina. Will she be able to pick him out? No. Says Valentina will run away to safety. Heavy spins by Wayne, making sure to zone away the terrace line. That's about it. Only 1 casualty. That's going to be Zebling. So I would say the team fight went pretty well in favor of Crisis Requital.
For this time, yes. I mean, I think Beatrix was the one who was able to take down, Zebling for this time. And yes, the ultimate from Leslie onto that Akai will probably just reveal the position, nothing much, because the damage, I think obviously Win will be able to take it. Obviously he is a tank build, so on the bottom lane, Avengers, I mean Leslie just clearing the lanes for now. You can take a scenario of the map. It's Avengers has all their towers, whereas from the side of Team Crisis they have missing towers, so that will be quite disadvantaging for them, so they might have to look out for objectives as well. But right now, from I think that map control, Avengers, they do have the map control for now. They're all over the map. They're just trying to just, what do they say, I don't know, making their territory, I don't know, something like that. They're doing area. Yes, exactly. I'm everywhere, I'm watching. But for now, it will be a contest for the Lord. Lord already has about 75 HP on him. So let's see who will be able to take down this Lord. First Lord was taken down by Avengers. So let's see. I mean, the Crisis needs this Lord, to push some towers, to get some, team fights on their favor. But let's see who has this Lord.
Absolutely. They're both just trying to, you know, zone away each other, and that's gonna be it. We're gonna be heading into a pause in this situation. It's so,
Oh my
I mean,
god.
frustrating to see it. The team fight was literally just about to begin as I saw the curse of blood from Carmilla being casted right there. So it meant that maybe Avengers would want to jump in with the engage. But here's the thing, you know, so many times I've seen Carmilla using the curse of blood. Estes and Beatrix are the one who are connected with it. But then again, I cannot see any follow-up damage on either of them because the position that Estes and Beatrix they both are maintaining, it's so good that it's going to require the members of Avengers to overextend a little bit, and that would be perfect opportunity for the heavy spins as well as for the ultimate of Masha to actually open up the backline of the opponents as well as punish up those aggressive players who are going to jump into. So I really like how Crisis Requital are trying to play along the play style of Avengers in this match according to their draft. But I want to see for how long will they be able to manage to do so.
Yes, indeed, and we're back in the game. Lemon with that flicker, combination coming in, but he will be taken down instead. Whereas Zebling is alone there, taking so much damage, will be able to escape for now with that movement speed coming in from the bloodbath. Lord will be resetted for now, and I mean, Lemon went in there, but I don't think there was a follow provided by the other members from the side of Team Avengers. Therefore, he died right away, and it will be a 4v5 situation for taking down the Lord, which might be quite disadvantaging for Avengers because their major damage dealing hero is missing from the side of Team Avengers. So, what do you think? What are the chances of Crisis taking down the Lord?
I believe they've got much better chances than the members of Avengers. Of course, since you mentioned that they're missing the core damage dealer, and of course that's going to be the Nibiru's passion used up as well. Misery seems to be in trouble, but the penalty zone connecting on Sorin, but he will manage to take him down, and the Lord is completely open for both of these teams. Sakai has been taken down, and it's going to be the retribution. Did he manage to steal it away? I don't think so. Maybe it was Wizard who secured the Lord for his team, but it was so close. I mean, Avengers so close yet so far, but they will still manage to get the inhibitor on the bottom side thanks to the minion waves, thanks to that push. Perfect wave management coming in from their side, and they've got much more than sufficient time to actually take down this Lord who's jumping in from the top. But still, I would say some breathing room to the members of Crisis Requital as they've managed to somehow secure the Lord and buy time for them.
Exactly. I mean, as soon as Lemon died, they had that pretty good chance of taking down the Lord for their side. So they did that, and yes, they look at this Masha. She's actually pushing. She is doing what classic Masha does. Penalty zone once again on Sorin, but Blessing of the Moonlight Goddess will be used right away. Win with that good execution of heavy spin coming and double kill. You can see the damage spiking up on that Beatrix, completely melting everyone at this point of time. She probably has his two, major core items for now. So yeah, that's doing its job. And Sicilian, look at his damage as well, spiking up. And for now, Avengers losing their towers one by one, and the game scenario has completely changed by what it was like a couple of minutes ago. Like it has changed.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, 5-member Curse of Blood was used by Zebling. That was so perfect, but they had absolutely no damage dealer. I want to see what is the itemization coming in from the members of Avengers at this point, because I want to see where's dominant size. Terizla, you need the dominant size. There's an Estes in your opponent. He is trying to get the Beatrix, but only because he does not have that anti-regen item. Estes is making sure that Beatrix survives, and for if in case it's going to happen continuously for the entirety of the match, I feel like the members of Crisis Requital, they can go on, and there's the Beyblade battle that we were waiting for, but Valentina will be taken down as she had low HP. Nibiru's passion not connecting to anyone, but Sanguine Claws did. Penalty zone used defensively, and look at how deep Wizard is playing. He's got so much HP, making sure that Void goes back in his base. They're trying to push them out of the inhibitor towers. Crisis Requital making sure that the crisis strikes the members of Avengers.
Exactly. They are being so aggressive right now because they know that they have that front line to soak up the damage, and obviously the back line Sicilian and Beatrix, they can inflict so much damage at this point of time. It's already 16 minutes. Beatrix has, I think she has all her items, and look at that KDA 812 that just shows how well farmed she is, and that obviously Sicilian 206. So he's getting well farmed. He has this, stacked up. He is stacked up. I think pretty sure. I'm pretty sure that is stacked up. And the positioning coming in from Team, Crisis is quite impressive, as you mentioned earlier. So yeah, I'm just excited to see the next team fight. But the Lord will be once again respawned in the Land of Dawn. 54,000 HP on that Lord actually. So let's see who takes down this Lord. It has been initiated from the side of Team Crisis. The previous Lord was taken down by Team Crisis as well. So let's see if Avengers manages to take down this Lord and somehow turn the situation in the opposite side. But at this time, let's see. I'm just curious because this Lord plays such vital role in the game, like especially in situation like these. So
Yeah, that is true. And the main thing for now is that maybe Crisis Requital are just baiting out the members of Avengers for now because they know that Wizard can just jump onto Void, or maybe he can jump onto Lemon and make sure that they have to recall, because the Thunderclap, it's gonna take away at least 50% of the HP, and that's so much HP taken out already. Plus he's got 2 bars, so you won't be able to take him down easily, and that is going to be a Kai caught up between 5 people. Immortality has fallen, and along with the Curse of Blood has been used. The penalty zone, they managed to connect it to 3 people, but Estes makes sure that everyone survives, and this time Barat seems to be in trouble as the re-engage is perfect, and Crisis Requital managed to take the jungler of Avengers down. They've got a much more than sufficient chance on this slot, but still the fight is continuing. Carmilla way too deep, Zeppelin almost taking down 2 members, but it's not enough. Master finally falls. He went in way too deep to Terizla. Immortality has been lost already, and that is going to be godlike onto the hands of Sorin as he wants to go in for more. Strive, making sure to punish the members of Avengers, and that's going to be the wipeout Crisis Requital were looking for.
Complete wipe-out situation for Team Avengers here. That was a really good execution of, Blessing of the Moonlight Goddess. You saw how Win didn't die. Even his immortality popped up, but that was perfectly timed, Blessing of the Moonlight Goddess, and he survived. And this Beatrix, I don't know, the frontliners are doing a good job, they're taking all the damage, and Beatrix and Sicilian both actually, they're able to inflict so much damage. It's kind of intimidating to see the amount of damage they're dealing. And the initiation of the fight from the side of Team Avengers, I don't know, it was quite Lemon was quite vulnerable at times. I don't know, I saw Lemon die plenty of times in this game. He was quite vulnerable. He was going in because he has that Akai's ultimate. He thinks of initiating a fight, but somehow he gets caught up in the team fight instead. That's how he dies in the first place. So I think they have to be pretty careful while taking the gank. But another gank is initiated here. Heavy Spin will be used right away. Daytona's Welcome will be used from the side of Barrett's here, but a Blessing of the Moonlight Goddess obviously healing everyone. Sorin will be able to escape that penalty zone, and monster kill will be secured, as well as Masha gets a kill here. 2 of the members are already down from the side of Avengers, and Lord is still incoming. They don't have much HP left. Legendary will be caught up by Beatrix. Even Estes gets a kill on this Lemon. 1 member defending this game. Can Avengers defend, or is this going to be end for Avengers in this game?
I believe this is the Infinity War Thanos army we are looking at in the costume of Crisis Requital as they manage to take the crystal with the 3rd law. That's going to be game number 1 secured by them, and your answer is right in front of us. That no is going to be the answer for the question, that it's going to be an end for Avengers for now. And seriously, I mean, they had it in their pockets, but I'll only say one thing, that if in case Misery would have had a dominance ice, he would have made sure to get Sorin low enough to recall, but only because of the absence of that item was Ace allowed to heal Sorin so much that it was just out of the possibility. Everything was thrown out of the window in those gangs, because I saw Misery jumping on Sorin so many times, but yeah, the HP just went up like that, like in a second. So I really feel like that maybe if the itemization was a little different, they would have had a better chance.
Yes, indeed. are looking at the data section, we can see the most amount of damage from the side of Team Crisis. It's gonna be Sicilian. I mean, in the late game, we're able to see what amount of damage Sicilian was able to output. Whereas following Sicilian, we can see Sorin on second most highest damage from the side of Team Crisis. We could see in the late game she was completely melting everyone. Also, she has the most tower damage. Team fight participation everyone has instead of Masha, because probably she was busy split pushing, so she doesn't have that team fight participation. Whereas from the side of Team Avengers, we can see the most team fight participation being of Romer, Zebling, Hazard, and yes, the tower damage, it's from the side of Leslie, whereas the damage is also from the side of Leslie. So overall, I think it was a pretty intense match. It was a 20 minutes match, so we could count it as a late game. And yes, it was completely, I don't know, the early game, it seemed like they were both at the same page. Even Avengers seemed to be quite dominating in the early minutes, winning those early trades. But as mid to late game arrived, it was completely different, and the Crisis completely dominated this game. Building his evidence eyes.
Yeah,
So yeah, this will be it for this match. Yeah, guys, this will be it for this match. We definitely have plenty of matches to go. This is best of 5, so still, Crisis has to secure 2 of the other matches to seal the deal here, but Avengers might as well come with a comeback. So we'll be waiting for the next match. Please stay tuned. This is Sama from the Casa Deck, who's scared yet, and we'll see you guys in the next match. Please stay tuned. Alright, you guys, welcome to game number 2, which will be against Crisis and Requital versus Team Avengers. This is AAIT, to mention again, Annual Ace Invitational Tournament, and we have a match obviously against Crisis versus Team Avengers. The first match was taken down by Crisis, and what an amazing game to witness it was. So this will be the second match. I mean, Avengers might be in the pressure, but yes, let's hope that, I'm rooting for both of the teams, so let's see how they do in this match. From Kasadek, I'm Sama, and I have a very talented Scared Yet here, so he will be further explaining the drafts here.
Thank you so much for the warm welcome. And guys, yes, everyone is absolutely awake because of that eye-opening game number 1 that Crisis Requital stole right from under the noses of the members of Avengers. And I really want to see how they're going to come back in game number 2 as we jump into the drafting phase. Well said by Sama that it's going to be Joy taken out along with Masha. So the respect ban coming in from the side of Avengers this time. Not going to allow Crisis Requital to secure that one hero. And talking about respect ban, here comes Leslie.
Indeed. 2 of the bans, Joy and Leslie, from the side of Team Crisis, whereas Avengers has banned this Masha right away. She was a bit of a headache in the, previous match, so it's quite reasonable why they banned here. And the second ban is going to be Estes. Probably he was the man of the match, I'm not gonna lie. He was so good with the timing, with the healing, and that's the reason why, Crisis were able to sustain in the match, to be able to, remain in the team fight for a longer amount of time, because Estes was not letting them die at all. So this time they're going to restrict, Estes in this game. So we'll definitely see some changes in the draft, whereas this will be the third ban incoming from the side of Crisis. Wizard on the ban phase. So what do you think will be banned on the side of Crisis?
Looking at the adaptations that's been coming in from both of these teams, I believe maybe Crisis Requital want to retain a ban from the previous game that they had. Maybe take down a Martis or something along the lines of that, but they're going to take away the Diggy, just like I said. A ban from the previous matchup. Probably just to bait another Atlas ban and keep the draft open.
Indeed, 2 of the same bans from the side of Team Crisis, except for Leslie. But yes, let's see what will be the third ban incoming from the side of Team Avengers. Already 2 heroes that were previously used by the Team Crisis. I mean, you can see that, they are pretty aware. I wouldn't say they're, they just don't want to face the situation again. Masha, that tanky Masha, and especially this Estes healing all the teammates continuously. So probably both the reason of that.
Being taken out, it's really annoying to see the Ube strat coming in again and again from your opponent. So might as well just ban it away, but it leaves a lot of room open. Leomod is open, Martas is open, as well as a Carmilla is open. Maybe we're going to see another Akai pick from Team Crisis Requital. It worked out in the previous game, but I guess they might want to adjust it a little bit since they do not have their hands on Masha. So I don't think so they'll be able to follow the same strategy. But yet again, everything's thrown right out of the window, as that's going to be Akai locked up.
Yes, but the question is, will Lemon go for Valentina once again after that not so good performance in the first game, But there's still good chances of them picking out Valentina, because one game doesn't determine the potential of the player. But let's see what Avengers goes in for the pick. Incoming Lemon and Eve's Yahiko for the pick probably could be swapped here, but let's see what they lock into. There are still a lot of heroes that are open and are famous in that ban phase, so let's see what will be the double pick from the side of Team Avengers. Almost 5 seconds for the pick, and I'm getting excited. And we can see Farsa on the picking phase, and Lemon will be locking into this Farsa for this time. And okay, Martis was previously on the ban phase, but this time it was open. Therefore, Yahiko will be locking into this Martis right away. Okay.
Good drafting. I would say good drafting, but they've probably revealed quite a lot. That too in the first 2 picks. They've shown their mage, they've shown their jungler. So I believe it's going to be fairly easy for the members of Crisis Requital to draft out the remaining picks as well as the bans in the second phase. So I think so that maybe Avengers could have gone for something that would be a little more flexible, maybe something along the lines of Cho or or something different from the current revealing draft. But then again, they want to go in for this. Let's see what the answer is going to be. And first, it's going to be the Claude locked right in. No more Beatrix coming in from Crisis Requital and the Grok with the wild charge. I
Right.
was
Oh,
thinking, yeah, I was thinking what kind of tank they may go with, and it's going to be the Grok.
oh my god. I'm just looking at this draft and my head is spinning. But let's see how Avengers pick their hero slot to actually outplay, because I think it's pretty tankiness. It's very tanky. Two of the very tanky heroes picked up from the side of Team Crisis. They still have a EXP laner to be picked, which could be another tanky hero as well. But it's gonna be Kaja from the side of Team Avengers, which will be picked up. I mean, the Divine Judgment could be of use probably for that. Claude, especially because he's gonna be a headache in mid to late game with that damage that he has of that blasting to it. But it was a ban phase, and Sicilian got banned actually from the side of Team Avengers. Again, one of the heroes that was used in the previous match by Crisis.
And maybe the next ban might be a Eve, because the only hero that can counter Farsa in that range would be an Eve. So I believe that might be the go-to ban for this situation, as well as choking the mage hero pool. But then again, that's exactly what Crisis Requital are doing. But in the marksman role, as they've secured the Claude for themselves, taking away the Beatrix, maybe they're gonna look to ban out, I believe, a Leslie or a Clint, because Clint can have a good early game up against a Claude when he's in that goal lane. So maybe take that hero to provide a little more breathing room to Soren, so that he can farm easily and can try, and chunk down those tanky frontliners with after getting the Demon Hunter sword fairly early into the game. But then again, just as you mentioned, the Divine Judgment that's going to be coming in from Kaja would be something of an hindrance in that blazing duet from Soren. So he would need to wait till Zebling uses his Divine Judgment. And as for the Kaja into that tank role, I feel like it's pretty decent. But then again, if you're playing Kaja in the tank, its role, I personally believe that its role changes a little bit, as to rather than being an aggressor, he becomes more of a passive player and wants to go in for those punish, as well as punish those overextensions that might be coming in from Crisis.
Indeed. But this will be the first pick of the second phase. And once again, okay, double mage pickup coming in from the side of Team Avengers. And yes, Valentina. Okay, I was not expecting that at all. Okay? But yes, they say expect the unexpected. Valentina has been picked up from the side of Team Avengers. I'm guessing she'll be played as EXP laner here, probably.
Yeah, I guess so too, because Valentina into the EXP is the only thing that I can think of, unless Avengers want to put Farsa into the gold lane. And no, it is not a meta, but it is an orthodox composition that we saw in probably MPL Season 5 or MPL Season 6, when Farsa was literally unstoppable. The only hero that can stop that Farsa in its track right now is going to be the Dragon, who will chase the Phoenix. And that is exactly what we're going to look in this game. Yuzhong locked in along with Lunox. I really like the draft coming in from Crisis Requital. They have a good dive composition. They're going to play along with that. And they've got a good late game scaling with the Lunox as well as with the Claude. I mean, my points are going in their favor for now, but still we'll have to see what Avengers are going to answer that back with. They are showing the marksman. That means the Valentina, just as you rightly said, might be going into that EXP lane, or maybe we're going to throw everything out. Maybe Kaja into the EXP, Valentina as the roam. Anything is possible from the side of Avengers. They've literally flexed pick in the last two picks.
Indeed, but it's gonna be Melissa who gets picked up, probably as a gold laner from the side of Team Avengers. So yes, the draft has been completed, and yes, what are your thoughts about this draft? Because I am quite excited to see how they're gonna play with this draft, especially Team Avengers here. Will they be execute this draft as they thought of executing it?
I think so. They should be able to do so because Crisis Requital, they probably have a little more breathing room in this game as they know that they'll have the priority in the EXP lane at least, or maybe in that room because Grok will be able to out sustain Zebling in any situation. And just as we were talking about, it is going to be misery in the EXP with that Kaja along with Zebling in that roam position. So the the rotation speed of Avengers would be pretty fast, but that might be answered back similarly by the side of Crisis Requital as they have Ace playing on that Grog who will be CC immune near the walls. But we are going to see the draft is all set, guys. We are in the land of dawn. Team Crisis Requital leading 1-0 in this best of 5 series, and they are in the blue side right now, taking on the members of Avengers on the red side. Let's see, will it be a 2-0 or will it be a 1-1? We are in the land of dawn now. I want to ask you, Sama, just place your bets. A quick guess. My bet is going to go with Crisis Requital.
Well, I'm not quite sure. I can't say. It's pretty tough. I
guess.
mean, well, eeny, meeny, mango. Did I do that? Well, moving ahead, we can see the invasion coming in from the side of Team Crisis, but that didn't prove good because he nearly got down Ace, but he will be able to survive. Ace, is that Ace? Yeah, that is Ace. He will be able to survive for now. And yes, on the bottom lane, it's Kaja versus Yuzong. I saw in the previous matches they were pretty concerned about us not pronouncing Kaja properly. They thought that we were saying Kaja, so I wanted to clear this out as well. So yeah, the Lethal Wanderer will be taken down by Avengers, I think.
That is true. So the early aggression again being shown up from the side of Crisis Requital in this game, but no punish whatsoever from the members of Avengers, because I feel like in the previous game they were a lot more responsive, which is missing in this matchup, and that's basically obvious since game number 1 they somehow managed to throw it away. That's what I would like to call. So it does have an impact on the minds. Maybe that is why the momentum currently favors Crisis Requital, but I want to see how they're going to turn things around because Zebling is quite low, being chunked out again and again by Grog, but it's already level 4. There comes in the feathered strike along with the heavy spins from the side of Crisis Requital. They want to go in for more. That's going to be the first blood. Farsa being picked over. The decimation is there. Triple. That's going to be the triple.
Oh my god. Is this
Yahiko not stopping Maniac. Is it a Maniac? Stripe already has lost the brilliance, but that's about it. He will run into the safety of his tower, burning up the flicker. That's a massive win from Avengers.
1 for 3. I mean, that was a pretty good one coming in from the side of Team Avengers. I mean, who died? I think one of the members died. Was it Zebling who died? But they managed to compensate it with other 3 kills. Also, they managed to get turtle for themselves. So, yeah, it was a team fight on the favor of Team Avengers here. And it's just 3 minutes inside the game, guys. And the goal lead is almost 1k and a bit more from the side of Team Avengers. And on the top lane, we can see Zebling once again taking Grok's ultimate, whereas on the bottom lane, off camera, one of them were quick quizzes mystery died, feathered airstrike once again. Sorin got caught up, but he will be able to escape. For now, Avengers, 3 of the teammates from Avengers are on that lane, probably trying to initiate a fight here. Yahiko is here, probably has his decimation and will be using it, but you can see how Claude is suffering right now. But Wild Charge will be used right away, but Zebling get punished instead here. Okay, he jumped and like that. I was not expecting him to go in the team inside that way. But okay.
Yeah, that was a little overextension from him, and now it's Crisis Requital who are going to transition it towards the aggression on the top side, but Martes wants to jump in for more mortal coils. That's going to be the decimation single. They managed to take 2 of the core damage dealers down. The feathered airstrike from a Lemon was also perfect. No more Black Dragon form. Wizard in trouble, but that was a very good jump.
Good
and
execution.
He saves himself absolutely perfectly on point. And now Zebling steals away the wild charge. So he has the potential to set up for another great gang by his team. That's going to be a 5v4 situation for now. Easy, turtle secure. That's going to be win. Using the heavy spins defensively, we'll just retreat back, and that's about it for that team fight.
Mhm. Yeah, I think it's quite similar to how the previous match went. Avengers being a bit dominating in the early game. As you can see, they have the turtles, they have the objective, but once again, airstrike will be used wild charge from the side of Ace. But I think he will be chasing Zebling with that wild charge coming in. But for this time, Ace will be able to retreat. Whereas on the bottom lane, there's a different story going on between Yuzong and Kaja here. You know. But yes, yeah, he
Yeah.
will be incoming. I think he will be using his divine judgment, and yes, decimation will be used from the side of Martis, probably securing a kill here, whereas they might be able to take down the bottom lane towers for now. So yes, good one coming in from Avengers for this time.
That is true, but the aggro from Crisis in the top side, they're trying to mirror the rotation of Avengers. That's going to be heavy spins on two people. Perfect. It's absolutely on point, making sure that the guy does not get any more value out of that. And Grog, right on the face of Farsa, tries to run away, but the decimation is there, denies that. Martis wants to go in for more. He has two people right in front of him. Does he know Sorin is there? Nope, he does not want to overextend at all, and that's about it. I mean, what a play, what a transition. The rotation of Martis, Sama, it was so perfect.
He flew from bottom lane to top lane in seconds, but you can see Yahiko is trying to go in for Sorin here, and I think Yahiko is probably trying to retreat here, but he's not aware that Void is right there camping, and obviously I think the doll, that she has will be able to reveal the position as well, which might be quite troublesome for the teammates from the side of Crisis, but as... Yes, I mean, that was a good team fight. I just can't stop thinking of it. But Feather Strike once again and Divine Judgment combination Godlike will be caught up by the smartest. He's going in for more. Wizard is right there. He will be going in, trying to deal some damage, trying to save this. Anyways, for now, Black Dragon form, I think just got used from the side of Wizard and the passive. It triggers really, really bad. Yahiko will be able to escape, but Melissa will be able to get a kill on that Guac here. Okay, Heavy Spin will be used here. Quiz's Misery might be trying to deal some damage to that Akai, but he will be escaping for now. I think that was a double kill secured from the gold laner from the side of Team Avengers, which is quite good. They're going in for the mid lane. Lunox trying to save the towers for now. I mean, she successfully did, but that was not in the favor of Team Crisis, that team fight.
That is true, and honestly, Lunox did manage to save the tower for now. That's gonna be heavy spins used by Zebling preemptively, just to make sure that Akai, does not jump in to make a cheeky play. Because that setup could have been so good with those three people. So that's something that I would say was a good micro play from the side of Avengers. So now they've got the full control of the game. They also have the goal lead. They're trying to snowball it, and of course they would want to take in those fights as much as they can. They have the advantage. Yahiko is running godlike with 703. Meanwhile, on the top side, Misery seems to be in trouble. Quite a lot of resources already burned up. That's going to be the feathered airstrike. Defensively making sure to zone out everyone, but not enough. Valentina not going to survive the burst of Lunox, or as well as the blazing duet of Claude, and Yahiko has to run away. That is something so well played by the side of Crisis. REQUITAL. The Martis, you need to play it a little more safe. Can't jump in between four people. Yeah.
Exactly. He needs, the rotation from the side of Avengers. I mean, the teammates must be here to initiate a fight here. Void is there, Yahiko is there, Lemon is there, but this will be a disengagement in the fight. Actually, that was a good one coming in from Crisis because they got 2 kills with no trade. So that was very necessary because they were lagging behind. But once again, a Feather Strike will be used, probably trying to see around the map, get some vision out there, but mid lane seems quite vulnerable for Team Crisis here. Very less HP left on that mid lane, but it will stand for now. And yes, 9 minutes inside the game, and the goal lead is from the side of Avengers as well as the kill lead, but I'm not sure if they'll be able to, keep this. Keep
That is
maintaining this.
because they've lost quite a couple of thousand gold that was in their favor for now, and it's down to just say 3k 4k or something. Let's have a quick look at the itemization coming in from both these teams. Farsa is still working for that lightning truncheon, so the major power spike is not yet there, but I can already see an Athena shield up on Akai as well as Grok. He has the radiant armor up, so maybe they will be able to tank that damage, but for now it's going to be Akai with the heavy spins trying to tank everything, as well as the feathered airstrike that was connected perfectly. The go away is on point, and Yuzhong cannot jump in on any member. That's going to be the double kill from Artis already. Make it triple as he goes on a rampage. Will it be a maniac? He is searching for Soren. He's used up this retribution, but the battle mirror image is absolutely on point yet again, making sure that Soren survives, as well as the flicker burnt out from Ace. But the Lord is clearly going to go in favor of the side of Avengers.
What an amazing gameplay coming in from Avengers. That positioning coming in from Melissa was intense. She was able to connect and deal so much damage, with that doll that she had. But the smartest will be able to take down the Lord, whereas Quiz's Misery probably was trying to zone out the members from the side of Team Crisis, and First Lord in the hands of Team Avengers. And look at this damage. What is this damage from Melissa? What?
I mean, Melissa and Valentina combined, they're literally chunking down Grog. That is the tank. Come on, have some respect. What? Well, if this thing goes on, then I believe Crisis Requital would not be able to come back in this patch, because now their tier 2s are open and the Lord is marching down that mid lane. They're maintaining their waves perfectly. They're trying to match each and every wave up so that they can get the most value out of this Lord. But the rotation from Crisis Requital is towards that top lane. They want to protect it for now with an airstrike just to zone Strife away. That's
exactly
a good utilization of resources.
That's how Lemon plays, That's how Lemon is pretty good with Farsa. I mean, I've seen his gameplays before, and that's what he did there. Probably trying to zone out, trying to take the objectives as fast as possible. Now they've lost both second tier towers, third tier towers actually, second tier tower actually from the side of mid lane as well as bottom and top lane. Now they only have their inhibitors and base left, whereas from the side of Team Avengers they have all their towers standing tall. So, yes, I mean, in comparison to previous match, Avengers, they seem pretty strong this time,
The adjustments that's been coming in from game number 1, it's slowly showing up the results, and that's how they're managing to, protect their lead that they had. Of course, there were a few points where I thought that maybe this roller coaster is going in favor of Crisis Requital, but still, Avengers have kept the control. They've been going on, but they need to shut Soren down again. Yes, they've managed to pick off Strife 3 times in those fights, but they need to continue that. They need to get one good team fight. Yahiko going a strong 10-0-3, Void going a strong 3-0-5. They're playing excellent, but I want to see how they will be able to sustain in the late game, or maybe they just don't want to go in for sustain. They're like, we're just going to jump in with full sheer burst that we have. Only Kaja is the one who's going to stand as a frontliner for us. But look at the build of Martis. What? Only a Hunter Strike? He's got a Curse Helmet. Wait a minute. That's something that I've not usually seen, but will we see another team fight? That's going to be heavy spins connecting on 2 people along with a feathered airstrike that Lemon brings out on the table. Martis he's getting another legendary after being shut down. Now it's going to be Yuzhong in the back line trying to go Informer, but what was that? Everyone on the side of Crisis Requital have fallen for a trade of 1. Yes, they got the shutdown on the godlike Yahiko, but nothing apart from that. It is just Ace remaining on the field.
Exactly, it was a teamfight initiation from the side of Avengers as well. They used the conceal play incoming, but yeah, I mean, I don't know, this Void, he is just, I don't know, insane. Like, as soon as teamfight arrives, he's able to connect the damage as soon as possible, but Wild Charge will be used right away. They're trying to tower lock the situation here. Will they be able to defend this base for now? I think almost 30% HP left on that tower base, actually, and it will survive for now. And guys, 14 minutes inside the game, they'll probably go in for Lord now. All of the members are respawned from the side of Team Crisis as well. And this I don't know who will take down this Lord, but I think Crisis might as well be looking for taking down this Lord because they need this Lord so bad. And look at the minion waves. It's gonna be annoying as well. Oh my god, when getting instantly melted by the damage and coming from Void Wild Charge will be used right away. Perfect execution of Wind of Nature, but Blazing Duet will be able to take him down, but Shutdown will be executed by Lunox. Double kill will be secured. Strife running for his life, but Martis will be able to take her down with the decimation, and Grok being chased there on the top lane, you can see, but I think he will be able to escape for now. It is a 2-for-1 trade actually. Strife was the only one who got taken down in that gank. Oh my god, that was a good one from Lunox, even though she died. But that was a good execution. That was a good combined damage and coming from Claude and, Lunox.
I'm going to give the credits to Lord for that because he was the one who took both of them out with one enhanced strike.
Yeah.
I saw that clearly. And he one-shotted Melissa as well as Valentina. But for now, we're going to see how they're going to try and one-shot the far side into the backline as Winter Truncheon comes up. Lemon playing excellently, trying to bait everything out. But the Wings by Wings get cancelled and the Lord has been stolen away by the members of Avengers. What a play by Yahiko. Yes, he lost his backline, but yes, he secured the Lord for his team. They are scared of his decimation, are going to run back Crisis, REQUITAL, and now again in a crisis. They tried to, get the objective, but they failed miserably at that. And I would say, well played to the members of Avengers. They kept their cool, man. Yahiko, hats off on that retribution play.
Exactly. I mean, Claude was there, Win was there, Yahiko came out of nowhere, used that swift, retribution skill, and he got that Lord. But they're trying to stop this Lord in the mid tower, but Win will be going down right away. Perfect execution of the Divine Judgment. And where was Lunox? I didn't even see her getting melted there. 3 of the members defending the lane for now. Let's see if they will be able to defend this. Melissa will definitely tower lock the situation, but look at the damage from Melissa instantly melting this wizard right away. I'm sensing a 1-1 situation here. But Claude is definitely trying to defend. They did quite a good job, trying and melting the Lord right away. Therefore, this might not be as pressing as it could be. But yes, Quiz is definitely going in for the base. I don't know what Crisis are doing. Oh my god, they literally went for the top, defending the top lane instead of base, and this will be the end for Crisis. Second match will be in the hands of Team Avengers, making a comeback after the miserable first game that they had. And oh my god, what an insane game coming in from Team Avengers. Look at that KDA. Look at that medal. My eyes.
13-1-5 with a medal of 12.1. Yahiko literally deserving the MVP of that game, making sure to clear up the battlefield with the decimation he has, on point use of the skills of his hero, going forward with the tank build because he knew that his team needed a frontliner. He knew that there needs to be someone to soak up all the damage, and Misery cannot do it all alone. So he went forward, he took charge and played excellent on that game. And hats off to Lemon as well. He knew when to use his feathered airstrike and when to bait out the opponent, Yuzhong as well as Grok, because Ace and Wizard, they had to jump so deep into the back line just to catch Lemon again and again to cancel out the feathered airstrike that they had to leave behind their own back line. And as soon as that happened, it gave an opening to Misery as well as Void and Yahiko to go and clear out that specific damage dealing lane. And that is exactly how they kept on managing to win those team fights, because the position of Lemon was so good. I don't have words to describe it, but it was beautiful.
Exactly. And look at the data section here. Most damage, obviously, the man Yahiko here with... No, not Yahiko. Actually, okay, I saw the team fight participation. Okay, it was Melissa who has the most damage. And obviously we could see, she was just... I think she had the Malefic War probably, ignoring the defense that the opponent had. And she was, even the positioning from the void was quite amazing, and the use of Gore was perfect as well. We could see how she was able to connect the damage with the dolls with the maximum members of the Team Crisis here, and they were just melting right away. And I think combined, all of them did a really good job. The most teamfight participation, probably Yahiko, obviously is the MVP, was everywhere. He was all over the map, all over the team fight, even soloing, ganking, everywhere. So that was a very good one coming up for Yahiko. As from the side of Team Crisis, the most teamfight participation will be from the side of Flux, whereas damage was, from the side of Sorin. So what an amazing game it was. It was probably lesser than the previous match. Previous match was, I think it was 20 minutes. And this game, it was 17.13 seconds. So yeah, this will be it for the second match, and Avengers were able to, come back in the game. It is a 1-1 situation right now. We still have more matches to go and to witness who wins this round. So we will see you guys in the next match. Please stay tuned and spam in the comment section which team you're supporting. And yeah, we'll see you guys in the next match. Bye bye. Am I gonna start? Alright, you guys, welcome back to the third match of the AAIT for today. Avengers versus Team Crisis. Pretty intense two matches that we got to witness. First match was taken down by Team Crisis, whereas second match, Avengers were able to make a, that was an amazing gameplay from Avengers that we got to witness. But this will be the third match and a very crucial one to determine who wins this round of the game. You can take a look at the banning section. First ban was from the side of Team Avengers, and Masha got banned right away. Whereas look at the Team Crisis, they're banning Martis for the first ban. The
respect, the absolute respect coming out for Yahiko in this game, man. Like, seriously.
Exactly.
That was expected. I really thought that now, if in case Crisis would not ban out the Martyrs, then I would be surprised. But since they banned it out, that was expected to be honest. But the Masha as well as Estes as the response from the side of Avengers, um, they would want to go along with the previous bans because they managed to get a win after those kinds of picks. But still, I want to see how they're going to replace Martyrs into the jungle as they need something who can do the similar job. Maybe they can go forward with Karina because you know that you can actually finish off those low HP heroes. What do you think, Zain?
Well, when I saw how Martis was able to steal that Lord, I mean, I got so crazy. I jumped off my chair. I was like, "What just happened?" It was such an amazing moment. So I think because of that, they actually banned Martis. However, I was actually thinking that they might go for Akai this time. Not sure exactly, but maybe. I mean, Akaya the jungler is really good, and they were already playing with Akai, I think, on their side. So, yeah, I personally would think that they might go for a tanky team this time. And as you know well, that this time we are actually in a tanky meta. So, let's see. We are gonna have our first pick after this last ban, and so far we have Leomord banned, Estes as well, Masha you saw already, and Leslie from the side of so
Crisis.
Crisis Recruiter. Yeah. So I actually forgot the team because I just joined, so
Yeah.
apologies. And Akai got
Okay.
banned. So yeah. So I think Akai got banned. So it this time I think it's gonna be a tricky draft.
Indeed, because it seemed like Akai was the comfort pick for Team Crisis here. Both of the match, they picked Akai, but this time they were the one who banned Akai. So Akai had been jungler, the core player from the side of Team Crisis for the last two matches. So I'm excited to see what next, hybrid they pick up for their team. But this time it's gonna be Lemon for the first pick from the side of Team Avengers. Could be swapped to Yahiko as a jungler. Barrett. Okay.
I really feel like they could have gone with something else, but then again, they want to retain the pick that they had in game number one. That would be the Barat. So I feel like this is a chance of Crisis Requital to go along with a similar kind of strategy that they used against Avengers. Maybe since they don't have an Estes this time, they can go forward with a Florin, maybe a Rafaela, because they kind of provide the same type of utility or they can even go forward with a Mathilda. So I really want to see what kind of picks they want to bring on the table. They don't have the Akai for themselves, so maybe a Balmond would be a decent choice to stand in front of a Barat, especially along the lines of the tanky jungler. But Van, it completely slipped
Ooh.
out of my mind and now has been logged
Oh
in
my
along
goodness.
with the Kaja. Man, that's the first two picks, and I'm favoring towards Crisis Requital in this round, Zaini.
Yeah, exactly. But do you know in the previous matches, Crisis Recruiter actually went with Kaja jungler, but they actually failed to execute a good game there. So I highly doubt this selection of Kaja as a jungler here. They might go as a roamer because Kaja actually is a really good roamer right now in the current meta, or he can also go XP lane as well. However, I would like to talk about Barrett's here. Barrett's has been in this tournament so far for the most picked hero, what I would say here, and he has been so good as a jungler, especially if you want a sustain slash tanky type heroes. And now we have Farsa here, so I think Farsa actually counters 1-1 so good. I would be surprised here if 1-1 actually would be able to perform good. We have seen this before. I mean, the same draft coming from the side of Avengers and CR as well. So let's see what happens. I mean, Khufra, yeah, Khufra, I would say that a good counter pick against 1-1. But again, in the late game, 1-1, you cannot catch
Yeah,
her. I
it's
mean,
so
you have
annoying.
Kufra, you have Mincy. It's really hard for you to actually catch 1-1 Sama.
Exactly. No offense, guys, but I absolutely hate 1-1. I mean, she's a great hero, therefore I hate her. But this will be the third pick from the side of Team Crisis, and they're gonna lock into this Yuzong once again. And yes, the draft seems to be pretty interesting from the side of Team, Crisis here. So I'm pretty excited to see how they execute it. And by the way, Zebling is, I think he's a global Kufra. So let's see how he does in this game.
Ooh,
So this will be
spicy.
the spicy masa. Okay, oh, I nearly spoke a different word from a different language, but I don't think that'll be much of a problem. But never mind. Let's stick to our English here. But yes, Beatrix got banned actually from the side of Team Crisis, probably because they already have their gold laner secured, which is gonna be 1-1, and we already saw the gameplay from this Beatrix. I mean, it was picked up from the side of Team Crisis, so they definitely don't want to give this Beatrix or the another gold laner that they have banned, Leslie. So yes, two of the gold laner banned from the side of Team Crisis.
Maybe they want to go forward again and take away Clint, because that is probably going to be the next best choice up against a 1-1. But I still want to see. Maybe I'm quite surprised about the Atlas ban that came in from Avengers. Maybe they're just assuming that the Kaja is going to go into the jungle instead of the roam. I guess gut feeling or something. So they're just banning out the roam potential that might come in from Crisis Requital. But I really like the Melissa ban from them, because she proved a lot of hindrance, especially that go away. Made sure that
Exactly.
Yuzhong does not catch up to either Melissa or the Farsa. But since that tool has been taken away, I'm pretty scared for Lemon in this game. Let's see what Crisis are going to answer that back with. Maybe another Grog, since the Wild Charge can actually disrupt the bouncing ball as well as the feathered airstrike. So maybe they want to pull that out again and put the Kaja into the jungle, just as you said, Zani.
Indeed, and Yuzong pick actually puts Farsa in a very awkward position here, because we have seen already that Yuzong is one of the best heroes who loves to zone. I mean, if you have a turtle fight, Yuzong comes in, your team gets zoned. So you have to be very careful, especially with your positioning here with Farsa. Also, I would like to talk about Kaja here, because of Kaja's divine judgment. I mean, you cannot escape it, no matter what you do. Once you are locked in, there's no going out. Plus, Lunux is also there, so the burst damage coming from Lunux would be very difficult for Farsa to actually counter here. So it highly depends on Khufra here, how he will play and how much he can actually provide vision for the team.
Exactly. A lot of pressure on this Kufra. But it was a double pick from the side of Team Avengers, and for gold laner, they actually picked Claude here. And okay, Khalid, probably as an EXP laner here. I think I've seen Khalid in the game. I think I've one time in AAIT tournament. But this time Avengers will be locking into this Khalid as the last pick, and their draft is completed. You can take a look. So what do you have to say about the Avengers draft? Scared yet?
I still want to see what they're gonna pick up as the roam, because it's much more than clear that Kaja is gonna jump into that jungle, since they do need that little bit of tankiness. So they're gonna lock in the Fredrin. I like that answer. I personally like that answer. Oh, never mind. They've kind of
Oh,
switched.
there's a
Fredrin
swap.
is gonna,
Oh,
yeah, the
okay.
Fredrin is gonna jump into that jungle. I've seen that a couple of times, and it works very well. We saw that in one of the previous games as well. That was between the teams Wayne Dynasty as well as Fate. But I want to see how Crisis Requital are going to pull it out. But seriously, Kufra is going to have such a hard time trying to land in the Tyrant's Rage. He needs to land the revenge first. He needs to knock the enemies first in order to help his teammates, because he won't be as tanky as you expect him to be. The drafts are up. Zeni, who do you think will get the win? I want to ask the same question to Sama as well, but first, Zeni, you will be the one to answer.
Ah, I mean, come on, man. This is something that, I mean, the most hardest thing for me to actually answer here as of now, because the draft from both teams looks actually good. However, I would emphasize that Team CR actually has a better draft in late game. Except if you look at Avengers here, they have Claude, which is very good at late game. Taking down tanky heroes as well. But once Farsa or Claude is down, I mean, it's very easy for them to actually control the game after that. So yeah, it's I would say CR is in a better position right now with the draft.
Uh, Well, indeed. Now, looking at the map scenario, we can see the purple buff. Could there be invasion? But yeah, never mind. Ace might get caught up here. He is alone, but he will be able to escape with the swift skill that he has. And yes, Yahigo will be going in for his purple buff. For now, he took it actually, and I quite didn't see. Okay, the Lethal Wonder was taken down by Crisis. I missed that, but on the okay, Lord Zain, we can see that Zebling is being ganked here. I don't know if he'll be able to survive here, but look at that damage. And this 1-1 is so annoying, but she might get punished here because Yahiko is coming in, and the
Oh.
flicker play coming in from Lemon, securing those early trades, and 1-1 will be going down for now. That was actually a good one coming in from Team Avengers here. Actually, it was I think Zebling who kind of initiated a fight there because he was actually taking damage from I think two of the members in the mid lane, not mid lane, but the Lord's lane, and then yes, the other members followed up, and he went.
Uh-oh.
What? Oh
Oh,
my god!
That taunt coming from
man.
Frederick, I mean,
This is why I hate
God.
Friendly.
Yeah,
You,
Frederick is
you can't
crazy.
escape that. Yes,
Exactly.
you literally can't escape that if a Fredrin catches up to you, unless you're a 1-1 and you've got that immunity. So, of course, another reason for Sama to hit that hero. But first, we're going to see how well that Tyrant's Revenge was connected, making sure that Wen could not land his retribution on time, and that's going to be Turtle secured by Yahiko already. So they are trying to get the early snowball in. They managed to pick 1-1 off, as we both mentioned into the early game, but we'll have to see how well they transition it. And as for the scaling, I feel like they've got decent amount of scaling on their hands too. They've got Lemon on the Farsa, they've got Void on the Claude, the late game monsters. But yes, I know that Wizard is also there with the Black Dragon form, so he might pose a lot of threats since there is no go away available. So it's going to be much more difficult for them, and that is going to be the Divine Judgment along with a massive Tyrant's Rage, a free-man indeed, but no pick-off coming in whatsoever. Wait, I might have spoken too soon as the Daytona's welcome connects, and that is going to be Soren picked off yet again, and they want to continue this fight. Kaja seems to be in trouble. He's quite low in the HP, but the skill does not connect, and that's about it for now.
Okay, that was a good
Yes.
flicker execution. Oh my
That
god.
was actually a good fight. And now here we have another one. It seems like Ufra is in trouble, but managed to flicker out in time here.
Oh my god,
Come on.
Khalid just died miserably, on the bottom lane. And Zebling is the only one who's trying to defend the lane for now, but Fredrin and Wizard both are there, probably. But yes, they still have, I think, the full shield now. Zebling will be rotating for now because he has to be there for the members. And let's see. I mean, 20 seconds for the for the turtle to be respawned. But Fredrin jumping in right away. Feather Strike will be used right away, and Strife I think might as well be going down. But the skill doesn't connect. But somehow, yes, with the passive and coming from Zebling, Lonox will be going down. Daytona's welcome will be used on that win. And let's see, 2-man stun coming in, but Winby will be able to escape with 1 HP left. Oh my god. That was a lot of damage that Fredrin took, but still somehow he managed to survive. Whereas this will be the second turtle in the game, which will be initiated from the side of Team Avengers. 2 of the members are there from the side of Team Crisis, probably looking out to steal this turtle away from the side. But obviously, the Retribution will be able to secure the turtle for the Team Avengers here. Might be a possible team fight, but I think Avengers will disengage for now as they're outnumbered. And yes, look at the top lane. The gold completely looted out from the top lane. So, yeah. Good for Void,
That's- Yeah, that's such a massive win for Avengers on both the ends, both in the top as well as on the bot. And thanks to that gold, as well as the turtle, Demon Hunter Sword is already up in the hands of Void. He will be viable in those fights only if he has those 5 stacks, though. Yes, he is looking for the golden stuff as well for the major power spike, but then again, it's not like he won't be able to melt anyone. He's got the 5 stacks, he can jump into that backline, and yes, Lunax will be in trouble, and so will Van. But for now, that's going to be another divine judgment. They managed to shut Zebling down, but not before he actually lands his Tyrant's Rage on 3, and the trades are on point. You take down our tank, we're gonna take 3 members out of the arena, and yes, none of them is going to be the tank of your team. So all the 3 main core damage dealers, the jungler, mage and marksman, out of the picture. Avengers, they know who to target.
This is what I was scared about when I was talking about the draft. I mean, Farsa with that Feather Day strike combined with Claude's ultimate. I mean, you cannot counter them that easily, especially in the early to mid game. And you have to be very careful against Farsa, especially when you're playing 1-1. I mean, you have to position yourself. Once again, here comes a Feather Strike, but Yuzong trying to escape, but here comes passive from Farsa, and here comes Tyrant Rage from Kufra. Oh my goodness, what a damage, and taking down Kufra, sorry, Yuzong here inside the turret. And once again, it seems like Khalid is in trouble, and he is also taken down, but from the side of CR. So yeah, one turret down from this side. So a good trade here from both teams, looking good so far. And it seems like this time Turtle might go in the hands of CR.
Yes, indeed. But we're yet to see. But Zebling, not Zebling, wait, Barretts will be able to take down the turtle for himself. He uses Daytona's welcome, but I think Fredrin was not stunned or pinned to the wall, therefore he will be able to escape. But Claude will be able to get this 1-1 off guard, and 1-1 is down. This was a 1 for no trade, actually pretty bad for Crisis to let go of their gold laner here. Zebling still trying to initiate a team fight here, but let's see if this will be a disengagement of fight. Zebling trying to check the bushes right away with his Tyrant's Rage, but yeah, that'll be it for that team fight, and what an amazing team fight once again.
I mean, Soaring is having such a rough day at this point. Picked off 4 different times with no trades whatsoever. Void going a strong 3-0 force. Of course, his counterpart is doing an amazing job in his lane. And look at how well Lemon placing another feathered airstrike, making sure to take down Yu Zhong. This should have not have happened, but for now, Win is going to be the second casualty in the fight. The Raging Sandstorm connects, but not with anyone apart from the grass. Van using the crossbow of tank perfectly just to avoid everything, but does not have enough damage to do anything. I mean, Yahiko was literally just standing there. He tanked all the crossbow of tank shots. Tyrant's Revenge again not connecting, but the Divine Judgment is there. That's going to be the punish. Coming in, Rage was used, but did not connect with anyone. You know, the thing that I'm noticing from the side of Crisis Requital's perspective is that they want to take out the Kufra. Because once Kufra is out of the picture, there is no one to protect Lemon. Of course, Yahiko would be there as a frontliner, but I don't think so it's going to be much difficult to bypass him and ignore his existence and jump towards that backline, because Khalid is also not as tanky. So the ideology from Crisis Requital is pretty good, but then again, they do not have enough burst damage to finish Kufra off unless he, just before he uses his Tyrant's Rage. So that is how Avengers are actually getting those setups in, and the later this game goes, the tankier the Kufra will get, and the more difficult it will be for Crisis Requital to pull this strategy off.
Exactly, and you have to give credit to Zebling here because of him. Oh, once again, beautiful flickering and talented coming from the side of Avengers, taking down Yuzong once again. I mean, you just saw this play here, and once again, it seems like Ace with that dash, but he had to disengage because all 4 members are here. And now I think Avengers will take down Lord once again. Kufra trying to zone down the members of Crisis Recruitment here. I mean, oh, that recall coming at that thought. I mean, they are actually enjoying this game as of now. I mean, they know they have dominated throughout the games, and now they are still way ahead. I mean, 4K gold lead already turning into 5K, and Lord has been taken as well. So objectives are secured well from the side of Crisis Recruital. So turrets down from both lanes. Lord coming from the mid lane, they have the advantage here. So map control is also on the side of Avengers here. Let's see. Once again, I think Kufra will be the one. Oh, here comes the setup. Sibling is there right in the bush. Oh, let's see what is gonna happen here. Mm-mm.
But the Feathered Strike manages to get Lunox right away. Mid lane inhibitors are destroyed. Daytona's welcome will be used, but the cancellation coming in from Kaja's ultimate shut down for Claude here. Okay, they somehow managed to get the mid lane inhibitors. Wizard. What is that movement speed from Wizard? You were just circling around the members. Are you kidding me?
I was waiting
Oh
for
my
you
god.
to, burst out laughing because this is what happens
Oh
when
my
the
god.
fully resources are not downloaded. You see a U Shong.
Lunok in Black
Oh
Oh
my
Dragon form
god.
God, what a
running. I mean,
pain.
this is the first time I've
Okay.
seen something
What the
like this.
heck? Me too. Are you
And I was
kidding
like,
me?
Right?
what just happened?
I was like, what is that movement
Yeah.
speed? Oh my god.
Thank you so much, Sudan, for that. That's an amazing show for all of us. But seriously, I really want
Oh
to
my
talk
god.
about, yeah, I really want to talk about how well Chris has managed to actually defend that lot. Even though, yes, he did land a few shots on the crystal, but Avengers were not allowed to hit the base. So that was a pretty decent defense coming in from their side. But I really want to look at the itemization that we have in front of us. Barat's almost at his full build. He's going to pick up the last two items as well. Farsa with the Divine Glaive, early Divine Glaive, trying to negate the Athena shield that Kaja already has. Yes, it means a lot of problem for Van as well as Lunax, because if they get bombarded with a couple of those shots, then they're going to lose at least 60% of the HP. Lunax has the items to answer this back, but I don't think so. They're actually getting an opening to, you know, make a play of some sorts. They're somehow uh, failing at that, and that's only because of Zebling. The way he's landing those tyrants revenge as well as those tyrants rage, it's been disrupting the whole flow of Crisis Requital.
Exactly, and Wano just made Wind of Nature, so I think it is actually a good choice. But you have to be careful of Farsa. Once again, I would like to point out here that if you want to win a team fight, you have to take down Farsa, because the positioning of Farsa has been so good so far that it has become so hard for Crisis Recruiter to actually catch up to her. And once again, here comes Evelyn charging his first skill, trying to see if he can actually. Oh, here
Ooh.
comes ultimate, but still, once again, Forza with the feather air strike, taking it on Kaja. Kaja was too aggressive here, and once again, flickering out at the right time. But it seems like once again, Crisis Recruiter is in big trouble here. And this time actually it's the Avengers in trouble, and here comes 1-1 with the ultimate, trying to take down and finally able to take down Barrett here. So this time, fight actually went on to the side of Crisis Recruiter, and if they take this slot, they might actually get some advantage out of it.
Exactly. I mean, they might actually, because obviously the jungler from the side of Team Avengers is missing. Okay, Feather Strike right away, but yeah, it is Team Crisis who takes down the Lord for this time. Zeppelin doesn't have much HP left, but Monster Kill will be secured. Completely outplayed the situation there. Good play coming in from Lemon, but he will be shut down by this Lunox. Okay, that was a 1-for-1 trade, but Zeppelin, but Fredrin for Farsa. It was a two for. Okay, Barrett's died earlier. My bad. It was a 1-for-1 trade actually. Zeppelin, sorry, win for Lemon. But yes, they have the Lord on their side. Team Crisis, and it is incoming from the top lanes. And Lemon is missing. Probably will be back in the games after 10 seconds. So let's see how Crisis will be able to take maximum advantage of the Lord that they have. Zebling on the top lane, probably trying to stop the Lord, trying to defend the towers. Void will be there, melting the tower, melting the Lord away. But obviously, Crisis will be split pushing the situation once again. Feathered air strike with Wizard. We'll have to escape from the situation here. Yahiko doesn't have much HP
Whoa.
left, but good execution of ultimate coming in from Khalid. Managed to get, I think, 2 to 3 of the members from the team Crisis, but no kill will be secured for this time. I think Strife went down, right?
Yes,
Or am I wrong?
Strife was got. It was a chain CC with the Raging Sandstorm as well as the Tyrant's Revenge connecting perfectly, and Strife had absolutely no chance. He could not even flicker out of that situation. So that was a good setup. And I would say a good punish for the overextension that was done by Crisis Requital. They were trying to challenge the members of Avengers near the red buff, as well as they were trying to somehow get Barat's. Yes, Divine Judgment was also used, but not before Barat's used up his own suppression, that is the Daytona's Welcome. So he was able to sustain all of that, and that was really good use of his skill, and that too at the perfect possible time. So even though um, Crisis Requited they got the Lord, yes, they've got quite a lot of value out of it. They've almost even out the gold gap. They do not have any map control at all, and it's still I would say 60-40 in favor of Avengers.
Yes, indeed. And one thing I would like to point out here that with that Lord that they took earlier, lane sync was a little bit bad, especially if you look at the mid lane. They should have synced the lane properly, and they might have actually got one inhibitor turret at least. However, they were able to actually put some damage on the inhibitor from the top lane. We're gonna see what happens here. I wanted 1-1 to actually, open her ultimate, but she failed in the previous team fight. She actually tried really hard. However, Khalid was there to actually zone her out. And now once again we have Lord here, and we will see. We might see this last fight here, and here
Oh
comes
my
Feather
god.
Airstrike from Farsa. Kaja flickering out right in time, and 1-1.
What?
Hopefully, she will be able
Oh
to
my god.
take down. Oh my goodness, here comes the
Mhm.
ultimate from 1-1. Oh my goodness, trying to take down Yahiko, but she might not be able to. And here comes Retribution on to 1-1, and here comes Claude. Oh, Claude is here with that damage, and Lunax is here.
Whoa!
Oh, that damage.
Oh my god.
I mean, from both sides, the damage is insane, especially from the squishy heroes. But so far, no kills secured from the side of Classic Brutal, except for Lemon and Khalid. So I believe they are in the advantage right now. They will take down this Lord, and like I said, late game is favored on the side of Crisis Recruiter and Kufra trying to escape. And if this Kufra goes down, this might go the this might be the end for Avengers in this game. That's what I believe right now because they have the damage, and especially with 1-1 and Linux once again. I mean, like we talked during the draft, a late game is favored on the side of Classic Brutal here.
Yes, and the taunts, man. The taunts are so annoying, and it's easier for, 1-1 to get her stacks, as a friend gets his taunts or whatever. But yeah, that was good team fight from the side of Team Crisis. They also have Lord on their side, which will be incoming from the top lanes. Immortality just built for Brendan probably to play out in certain situations here. And this is definitely the Luminous Lord, so he will have that extra skill. This tower is pretty vulnerable here, and it will probably go down for Team Avengers here. Top lane inhibitors are gone. They are going in. Feathered Airstrike will be used right away, probably trying to zone out the members from the side of Team Crisis. And Lord, they're focusing on Lord taking down this Lord as fast as possible so that they could protect their base. They only have one inhibitors left from their side. Bottom lane Zeppelin going into man ultimate. Tuna's welcome will be used right away, and 1-1 has her crossbow tank melting Khalid right away. Suppression will be used, but double kill will be secured from the side of 1-1. She's going in for more void on an invisible HP left, but will be able to escape. Will this be the end for Avengers? Guys, they're trying to tower lock the situation here, shut down by Farsa, and this might actually be the out. Oh my god! Immortality will be popped up. Wizard doesn't have as much HP left. Void managed to take down Yuzong right away. Strife. Oh my god, this will be a wipe out for Team Avengers. And oh my god, Team Crisis will be taking down Avengers once again after the first match victory, losing the second match, winning the third match once again. What an amazing gameplay, guys. Please explain it further for a while. I'll just clear my brain out, okay?
Yes, so many twists and turns, especially in those last moments. The thing that's gonna be that happened. I would say that was the starting of a downwards progress of the side of Avengers was the fact that they made the exact same mistake that Crisis Requital were making in the early game. Crisis Requital were trying to target Kufra and they were trying to pick him off first and then follow up with the next few pickoffs, which they were failing at because they did not have enough burst damage to take him down, and that is the exact mistake that Avengers made when they tried to pick Kaja off near the top bush around the gargoyle and the Lord Pit, wherein they burned up the feathered airstrike as well as probably the Tyrant's Rage and a couple of more resources to try and take him down, which was not done. It was not possible. They did not have enough burst damage at that point. Ace was pretty tanky to sustain all of that, and the follow-up that came in from the remaining members of Crisis Requital, making sure that a couple of the members of Avengers were taken down so that they could take an easy load and follow up on that to pick off everyone in that late game, especially near that fight where Van opened up the crossbow of Tang and used it up, securing a double kill. Made sure that was basically the point from where I would say Crisis Requital they got their momentum, they got the shift that they needed. So that was one thing that I feel like Avengers did wrong, one mistake that I could figure out, and that was basically the start of their demise. And I really feel like they played excellent in this game because the data clearly shows us that how well the whole damage distribution was. Farsa, yes, 35% of that, because we know she needs to deal a ton of damage. And for the rest of the data, I'm gonna hand over the mic to Zene.
Yes, and I mean, look at the team fight from both sides. Both teams actually participated equally in team fights. However, if we look at the side of Classic Recruital here, they have more team fight participation. Definitely, most coming from Lunux here, and then Fredrin. As we saw how tanky Fredrin became in the late game, especially. So from the side of Avengers, we have the most team fight coming from Claude here. Farsa here, and Farsa was actually good, but the last feather airstrike, I feel like the out of positioning, not throwing her damage onto any minions or heroes was actually the turning point for the last fight. And if she was in a good position, she might would have changed the tide of that fight. So yeah, that's it for this match, guys. We are gonna come back in the next match, and we'll see you there.
Alright, you guys, welcome back to AAIT Annual Ace Invitational Tournament. This is the fourth match. Am I correct, Zain? Yes, this is the fourth match, which will be Avengers versus Team Crisis. First match was won by Crisis, second match Avengers, third once again Crisis, and this will be the fourth and probably the most crucial match here, because if Crisis managed to win this match, they will be the victorious, whereas if Avengers manage to win this game, it will be a complete best of 5 game that we will be able to witness. Might be a bit pressurizing for Avengers, but let's head on to the drafting session right away. Masha will be banned right away from the side of Team Avengers, whereas first ban from the side of Team Crisis will be Martis, because we got to see that gameplay and coming from Eve's Yahiko. He was, completely devastating everyone from the side of Team Crisis. Therefore, they probably don't want to witness that again, and Martis has been banned.
Yes, indeed. And we have Leslie here banned from the side of Crisis Recruital now. Uh, we saw in the last match they were doing the pretty much same bans. We saw Estes there, Masha on the banning section, and we have Leslie and Martis as well. So let's see what will be the last ban coming from the side of Avengers here. And I mean, if we talk about the last game, we were talking about the post match as well, that if they executed the last couple of team fights well, I mean the Avengers, they might have 1-1 here got banned this time. So I think this is actually a good ban here coming from the side of Avengers, because 1-1 was the one who actually turned the tides of the last game. So let's see what Crisis Brutal will do this time with the marksman.
Exactly. 1-1 was super annoying, especially mid to late game. She was actually, she had the major, role for Crisis to be winning that match. But yes, this time 1-1 will be banned from the side of Team Avengers, because they probably don't want to, face this 1-1 once again. But from the side of Team Crisis, the third ban will be Akai. I think they banned Akai in the previous match as well, and this time it will be the similar ban from the side of Team Crisis. Whereas let's see what the first pick will be from the side of Team Avengers. This is a very crucial match for Team Avengers, because one victory from the side of Team Crisis and Avengers are out of the game. So they have to be very precise and careful with their drafting, that they don't make any mistakes. And after drafting, yeah, the execution is a different thing. But let's see what Lemon goes in for the first pick here. But okay, it got swapped here, and Kaja for the first pick.
Yes, exactly. And you saw how good Kaja was, especially with that ultimate of his. He gets sustained, especially after the mid game. Once he has his defensive items up, after that, it's actually hard to kill Farsa with that flicker and with those dashes. I mean, it's easy for him to escape, especially when he's at low HP. Oh, are we gonna see Paris this time from the side of Crisis Brutal? Last time we saw it on the side of Avengers, they had it going pretty well up till the mid game slash late game, but in the late game we saw the tides turning towards the side of Crisis Recruital, and this time Claude plus Barrett has been locked from the side of Crisis Recruital, and it seems like uh, the draft has switched its sides somehow.
Yes. Previously, we saw that Claude and Barrett's were taken down by the side of Avengers, but this time, Crisis will be picking up those two heroes, whereas moving on to Team Avengers, Yahiko is on the picking phase, whereas Lemon will be locking into this Lunox, whereas Beatrix on this Void. Okay, we got to witness Beatrix's gameplay from the side of Team Crisis. Actually, Sorin, and he was the MVP as well, but this time it will be used by Void. Beatrix definitely got nerfed, but I still think she is one of the best marksmen in the game, even after getting so many nerfed. So we'll be able to witness how the Beatrix pick will do ahead in the game. But it was a third pick incoming from the side of Team Crisis, and once again, Zain, it's gonna be Farsa.
Yes, I mean, except for Beatrix, so far the draft is same on both sides, and now Leomord, same on both sides, but it has been swapped on both sides. So yeah, we have Leomord here in the banning section once again. We have seen so much bans on Leomord, but we haven't seen a good Leomord gameplay as well. I mean, whenever the teams had this chance to actually pick Leomord, they got Leomord, and we were not able to see some good gameplays from new mode except for I think one match maybe, and yeah, that's it. So we have another ban from Avengers, and which is Atlas. Oh, you saw getting banned from the side of CR. So yeah, we might see. What do you think would be the last man here, Sama? I mean, a tank hero, maybe a marksman, but marksman is already taken from
Be
both sides. So maybe an XP laner or mage.
explainer or a tank. Could be a
Yeah,
explainer,
tank.
tank or support. Could be anything, but it's Yahiko's turn to ban the last hero, last ban of the game. Almost 10 seconds for the ban. Let's see what he goes in. And it's going to be Carmilla who gets banned from the side of Team Avengers, a good support. And with this, we can see that drafting for the ban has been completed, and we're moving on to the second phases. First pick incoming from the side of Team Crisis. They still need a decent tank and a EXP laner for the team. The EXP laner that was quite popular in the previous matches was Yuzong. We saw a lot of Yuzong today, but let's see what they will lock into this time, as Yuzong is banned. So what are the chances of, I kind of want to see Lapu Lapu, but
Yeah,
they
Lapu
don't.
Lapu is actually really good. I mean, the sustain he has plus CC plus dashes. I mean, he has everything. All you need is a good execution. Oh, we have Grok here from the
Mhm.
side of Crisis Recruiter, and Grok. We have seen so much Grok in this
Exactly.
tournament, Sama, and the
True.
way tank players have handled him is so good. I mean, it's so refreshing to see a good Grok. We have seen Rumi as well playing very good Grok, and they actually won the last match, which was played by LAT. And in the last match, they were actually going with Rumi as Grok. So once again, we have Grok here on the side of Crisis Recruiter. And are we gonna see Ballman this time? I mean, Ballman has been okay, I would say, not being picked that much because of the recent nerfs that he got. And
Oh my
yep,
god.
we have Esmeralda here, and finally we are gonna see Ballman as well. So very tanky team coming from the side of Avengers. I think it's a good option because what we have seen so far is that you have three tanky heroes and two damage burst damage heroes. So yeah, and from the side of Crisis Brutal we have Dirot. So yeah, a tank killer hero. Sama, what are your views about Dirot?
I mean, he's pretty strong, early to. I hate facing Yuzong solo on a lane because the damage is quite annoying as well as passive. But let's see how the Starth will do in this game. Who will be direct facing on the opponent's lane? It's Esmeralda, actually good counter for Esmeralda here. So yeah, we'll be able to see later in the game. But guys, once again, this is the fourth match, which will be Avengers versus Team Crisis here, and we already got to witness all the three matches back ahead, and two matches has been secured from the side of Team Crisis, whereas one match has been won by Team Avengers. So it's just a matter of time. We'll be able to see if Avengers will be able to even out the win situation, or will it be the end of Avengers and the Crisis moving ahead to the next match. Here we are in the Land of Dawn. Junglers going on for their respective buffs, all of the respective heroes on their respective lanes. So Zain, what are the chances of these Avengers evening out the situation here?
I believe Avengers have a good chance this time. They have a better draft than last time. I mean, they had a good draft, but for the late game, I would say they were not that good, especially when you have Athena against Farsa. So it becomes a little bit hard. And here comes snowballing, early snowballing from Sibling here. sorry, Zeppelin here. And one thing I would like to talk about here is that Esmeralda would be in trouble, especially in the early game. But after the mid game, once she start to make some antique graces or some physical defense items, she will be able to sustain the damage coming from the Roth. But that too, for not for too long, especially during the team fights. However, Esmeralda loves to zone out members from the enemy side, and once again, it seems like ICY Recruital is in the enemy jungle, and they have overextended, but they were quite easily able to disengage this time, and no response coming from the side of Avengers. I mean, Sama, they had the chance here to take down two members from the side of ICY Recruital, but they failed to actually execute. Might they be feeling some pressure here?
Could be, they don't want to take any chances, I think, for now. Which is good, to just not jump into the fights right away, play a bit passive in here. And yes, they did a good job with, delaying this Balmon's farm. He was not able to take his orange buff right away, and he might as well get ganked here. I think the Retribution just got used here. Detono's welcome will be used right away. Probably will be pinning him out in the walls, and first blood will be secured by Direth here. Airstrike was used as well. Esmeralda taking so much damage, but I think she will be able to escape for now. But Kaza doesn't have as much HP left. He might as well look out for escaping the situation, but Lunox managed to get a kill here, and she got punished right away. Lemon got killed, but that will be compensated once again. Jebling being dead from the side of Team Avengers. So it was what, 2-for-1 trade actually, right?
3-for-1 trade.
Yeah.
Actually,
What is
if you look at the scorecard here, I mean, without
what?
they got Barrett's first, and after that, sorry, they got Ballman first, and after that, two members fell from the side of Avengers. So early game advantage goes to the side of Reciprocal, taking down the turtle as well. So objectives so far are being scored, and we already have 1,000 gold lead.
Mhm. Yes. I mean, they were pressurizing, these crises, and once again, Guardian Barrier, Feather Strike, whatnot on this poor Balmond right here, and he got killed right away. Three of the members were ganking on him, and Zibling, I think he was quite late with the rotation. He had to look out for the map situation here, and the buff got invaded from the side of Team Crisis. Doesn't look very good for Team Avengers. They might have to look out to do something to turn, to oppose the situation here, because, Team Avengers, they're quite, I don't know, behind. Like, Team Crisis, they're pressurizing, they're delaying the farms, they're forcing the team fights, they're threatening, So yes, this might be quite difficult for Avengers, especially when being in a situation like that. It's a do or die for Avengers. They have to win, otherwise they are gone. Zain.
Yes, exactly. And the aggressiveness coming from Grogu, once again, wild charge here coming from the side of Classic Brutal, and it seems like Barrett's this time onto his ultimate with the Blazing Duet coming from Claude as well, taking down Balmond. I mean, look at the scorecard here. Balmond 3 already down, and he's the core hero. So this is bad news for Avengers here. They are not letting go away anything, and here comes Gerard, but Lunas would be able to escape in the light form here. I was talking about the aggressiveness coming from Grok and Bets as well, and once again you can see here how good they are in zoning down the members of Avengers here, and they are trying to take down the gold as much as they can, but the minions are gone, so they would they are they have to disengage here. So coming back to the point, I mean, they are not letting them jungle at all, and especially with those early invades, the aggressiveness coming from Grok and Barretts as well. They have, we have Turtle here taken quite easily because they were actually busy in taking their focus down at the bottom lane there. You saw Crisis Turtle trying to get all that gold. But once again, here comes Divine Judgment from Kaja. But it seems like Wild Charge and with Flicker, Grok was able to escape and he will survive this time.
Yes, indeed. Esmeralda just, cutting the lanes, clearing out the lanes, probably trying to take down the top lane objective here, taking down the towers. Actually, that was pretty smart play coming in from Yahiko, taking down the turtle, which was a good objective securance, I would say. But Barrett's looking out for invading the jungle here, he doesn't have a follow-up, but he's quite confident doing that, because, if we look at the map scenario, Balmon is somewhere in the mid lane, and obviously the buff got invaded here. Zebling might as well be a okay, the Daytona's welcome was used, but he was able to flicker out from the situation here, and the rotation will be coming from the team Avengers here. Grok is there. He definitely has his wild charge to initiate or use it as a defensive, in a defensive way, trying to retreat from a situation, but there is no fight that has been engaged here. Might as well have to wait and watch 30 seconds for the turtle to be respawned once again in the Land of Dawn. And I think first turtle was taken down by Team, Crisis. Second was from Avengers, but Void, was in a miserable situation right there. Niver's passion was used, but she was the one who got killed. Oh my god. Okay, that was a good execution of ultimate coming in from Yahiko. Good map sense coming in, completely taking down Barrett's for now. It was necessary, to take down Barrett's because I think he was invading and getting a bit well farmed in comparison to Balmont, so he had to get shut down here. Zebling might as well get caught up here, but I think this will be the disengagement in fight. Zain. So yeah, what do you have to say about the fight we just witnessed? And look at this Yahiko once again going in for turtle when no one's looking around. He's very sneaky, But this time I think it's gonna be different.
Yes,
Wait.
exactly. But I think they are making some retribution coming and taking down the turtle here once again. Second turtle going on to the side of Avengers. I think Crisis are playing too much aggressive here and missing all the objectives here, trying to take down members from the side of Avengers, and they are failing to do so far, especially after the early successful invades. I mean, they were able to invade. They got the buffs. They got their core down 3 times, but after that they are losing their composure, and as you can see here, they have one turret down from the top lane. They lost 2 turrets. I mean, they didn't even saw in the map that the turret was being taken down. So sorry, the turtle was being taken down, and once again we can see a little bit fight. We might see a fight here, but no, they have disengaged. Barrett's actually trying to keep up the stacks, trying to snowball as much as he can onto Zebling, and it seems like everyone is gathered together, but Zebling is not going back, not staying back, trying to protect the turret as much as he can. And once again, as you can see, X-Win here trying to keep the stacks as much as he can, not trying to lose the stacks here, and that's what Barrett's is all about. Keep up the stacks, and you have high defense, high damage. So yeah, coming back to the point where I was saying that, I mean, they are going good so far. I mean, Goldie, if you look at it now, it's equal now, and that is because they lost those objectives. And if you look at the item slot here, I mean, they have Demon Hunter from the side of Claude there. They already have uh, Blade of Despair and Malefic as well. So Beatrix has some good damage. She's well farmed here, and this can be troubling for the side of Crisis Recruitment in the late game. You have to be very careful with it.
Uh-oh, but on the bottom lane, killing spree will be secured by this Balmond good one coming in. I mean, that is exactly what happened in the first game. Beatrix was able to completely... I mean, I think it was taken... Beatrix was from the side of Team Crisis, and later on she was able to deal huge amount of damage, which lead to victory. But here we can see Mega Kill will be secured by this Farsa. Good execution of Feathered Airs right here. And Lemon is still trying to go in for more, but Mega Kill will be secured with the assistance of Lunox here from the side of Team Avengers. Now they'll definitely go in for the Lord, I think, because they do have advantage here, because the jungler is missing from the side of Team, Crisis here. So this might as well be the easy, not easy. We can see how Esmeralda was trying to zone out the members from the side of Team Crisis. Therefore, first Lord in the game is taken down from the side of Team Avengers, which is needed there. I mean, in the early game, in the initial minutes, it seemed like Avengers was, quiet. They were quivering and they were not, they were not able to execute, or they were getting invaded, getting a bit punished. But this time they are able to make a comeback. But Wild Charge will be used right away, and Zebling was taken down here. But did you see the damage from Niver's Passion? I mean, they mustn't forget that Void will be scaling up his damage, and the momentum that Crisis had in the early game.
I think they're missing, that momentum because, as you said, they were ignoring the objective of the game. They were focusing too much on invasion and not invasion, but they were focusing on other stuff rather than the objective that might have somehow hindered them. But yeah.
Yes, definitely. And because of that, now they have lost that composure that they had actually. And now it seems like Void has the damage to actually take down all the members from the side of Classic Neutral. And they will have to be very careful because last time all three members had to flicker out to disengage actually. Otherwise, they would have been taken down before the Lord was about to reach. And this time, I think Lord was taken down from the top lane uh, by swearing here, and now it seems like in the mid lane pressure is being put on to the side of Classic Brutal, and here come Feather Days trying to zone down the members of Avengers here, and it becomes a beautiful passion with that damage. Oh my goodness! And once again, you can see here it seems like Classic Brutal is in trouble taking down two members from the side, and Esmeralda was able to successfully execute Deroth here. I mean, they were so good before the mid game, and I'm not
Exactly.
sure what exactly happened here. They suddenly lost all that momentum that they gained in the early game, and they had such a good chance to actually execute it once against Falling Star Moon coming on Grog, but he would be able to survive this time.
Indeed, and Yahiko utilizing that time on taking down the second tier tower from the top lane, which is good. Again, I mean, Avengers are so objective focused right now, which is a good thing because that is how they manage to get themselves back in the game. But this might be another team fight initiation coming in from both of the team. Lord will be spawning in the Land of Dawn in 30 seconds, and obviously, every Lord counts here. Every Lord has the advantage. So let's see who takes down the other Lord. They're probably planning or setting up for this Lord, both of the team. And yes, Void is definitely one of the most damage dealing heroes, but concealed play will be executed by Avengers. Will it be on their favor? Oh, Divine Judgment will be used on this wind right away, and he is gone, guys. Blazing do it from the side of Sonam. Not Sonam, sorry. Soaring, but I think the Wind of Nature was able to make the team survive. Beatrix survive actually, and Dareth will be going down. Quiz's Mercy still trying to initiate a fight here, but I think yes, Crisis will be retreating for now, which means this will be a pretty good chance for Avengers to take down the Lord without any hurdle here. Second Lord in the game will be taken down by Avengers once again.
Yes, and it seems like Crisis is gonna be in crisis. So, if you look at it, Void has the gold. I mean, he has the most gold, I believe, or maybe on the second number, but still, he has only one kill. So he was left openly at the top lane to farm, and Claude was not there. He was actually with the rest of the team trying to take down the members in the early game, and which actually costed them in the long term. And that is exactly what happened in the last game when we saw Avengers doing the same thing. And right now, it seems like Lord is coming on from the top lane, and here comes Falling Star Moon from Esmeralda, and we have another turret down in the mid lane. Are we gonna see inhibitors going down? We might be able to see them, but they are trying to zone as much as they can, trying to. Ooh, the damage coming from Beatrix, almost taken down X-Win there, but barely escapes. But here comes Falling Star Moon once again, and Divine Judgment coming from Kaja. They are taking down the member from the side of Crazy Brutal, and here comes Feathered Airstrike trying to zone down the members of Avengers, trying to take down those minions as fast as they can. But it seems like, oh, here comes a blazing to it, trying to take down the minions once again. And I mean, look at the damage they have dealt. Two inhibitors gone, one inhibitor at a very low HP here. Sama, what do you think? I mean, will they be able to survive the next Lord? It seems
Mm,
highly unlikely. I mean, but still,
mhm.
what do you think?
The one more lord, it might be, pretty hard for Crisis to defend the three lords back to back, but I think they have a decent lane clearing capability without blazing to it. It also depends on how this Farsi uses her ultimate.
But yeah, it's just a matter of time. And look how fast Lord is respawning. It's just 40 seconds left for Lord to be respawned in the Land of Dawn once again. Once again, we can see the Divine Judgment and the
Ooh.
damage from Beatrix will be able to take down this win right away in the blink of an eye. Win was gone, guys. Now that is the amount of damage that Beatrix possesses right now. Where? Beatrix Nerf? Where, guys? Well, kidding.
Especially
But
after
yeah.
that blade of heptasis. I mean, she has so much damage now. When she doesn't receive any damage, she has the most damage, especially with that blade of heptasis combined with Balmond's ultimate. Uh, yes, Lord has spawned, and now I believe that they will be able to take those Lord quite easily. And Barrett's how much HP he has, how much tanky he gets, but still he was taken down in the blink of an eye. And now it seems like Kaja is not letting anyone. Ooh, here comes wild charge from Grok here, and here comes grenade from Feather Day Strike coming from the side of Classic Neutral. They won't be able to take down not even a single member from the side of Avengers here. I think they have already made Athena shield, so the damage from Farsa is low, especially because the goal difference is there, the level difference is also there as well. But if you look at the scorecard, Farsa doesn't have any deaths, so she has good amount of items as of now. She must have divine glaive as well. But here comes the Lord from the mid lane, and here comes Lunix here with her light form trying to zone down the members, and here comes Feathered Airstrike from Farsa trying to take down the minions, but it seems like it won't be enough, and all the members are going down. They might go wiped out here, and so will the base. So GG, well played from the side of Avengers. A good comeback once again. So we are going into the best of five. I mean, how many
Indeed.
times we have seen best of fives here, Sama?
Two,
It's
only two
crazy.
times. And it was for Avengers too. Like I think it was I don't know. I think you casted that match. It was best of five Avengers versus I think IC Paradise, I'm guessing. And this time once again we will be able to witness the best of five situation here. Void on that Beatrix was insane, but I would also like to give credit to this Zeppelin for executing divine judgment on a certain hero. I mean, which he obviously I saw I think a couple of times he used his divine judgment mostly on Barrett's being the core. He was targeting Barrett's, and as soon as Barrett's was gone, Avengers were able to take down Lord without hesitation. So kudos to Zebling for that, and Void with that insane damage was absolutely taking down members like he was melting them like cheese. And obviously lethal counter, the execution of lethal counter was quite commendable from the side of Yahiko too, whereas Esmeralda was good with initiating team fights, and Lemon being the mage, he was doing his job just alright. And looking onto the medal, we can see MVP obviously Void on the MVP section, whereas from the side of Team Crisis, Farsa actually on the MVP with 7.5 score on 7.7 score on her medal. Now moving on to data section, Zain, will you explain it to the viewers?
Yes, and as you can see here, objectives were not scored from the side of Crisis Recruiter. Only Claude was able to put on some turret damage, 96% damage, and this actually shows that they were not able to actually score any type of objectives. And this game is all about objectives. Coming to the side of Avengers here, they have a good amount of turret damage coming from everyone except for Esmeralda, because she was there busy zoning down the members from the side of Crisis Recruiter. However, they have a good amount of team fight participation, and the damage coming mostly for Beatrix here. Wow, 34% damage. I mean, this is crazy, especially with that Heptasis and Blade of Despair combined. The damage is insane with that sniper, with that machine gun. It is really good. And on the side of Crisis Recruiter, we have Farsa with the most damage. Definitely, she only lost her life once, and we have Claude in the second number. So yeah, overall good game, especially from the side of Avengers. How well they were able to execute their heroes, and the way they have come back to make this match a best of five. So we're gonna be back soon after a short break.
Yes, see you guys. Stay tuned. Alright, you guys, welcome back to AAIT once again, Annual Ace Invitational Tournament. This will be the game number 5, which will be Avengers versus Team Crisis. What an amazing all those 4 games were, and it was a pleasure to witness actually, because it was so intense, so very unexpected things actually happened, especially in the previous match. So I'm super excited to see who wins this game, because this will be the determining game, and I mean this will be the deciding game for both the teams. So I'm rooting for both of the team. But let's head on to the drafting session right away. Ace for the banning, and again Mardis will be the first ban from the side of Team Crisis. I mean, they banned, I think, Mardis in all 3 games. I think not 2 games back to back, and this time, yeah, it will be Mardis banned once again for the 3rd time.
Yeah, that is absolutely correct. I mean, it's a do or die situation for both of these teams. So of course, they're not going to let any comfort pick through at this point. Yes, they're all right to pass on a couple of meta picks, but no, not at all. Even a single comfort pick not gonna go through. Just like how Avengers, they've just banned out the Estes as well as the Masha right from game number 1 as well as 3. So not gonna allow either of those heroes to pass through. Meanwhile, the answer from Crisis Requital is in form of the Martis as well as the Leslie. Maybe they might want to ban out the Diggy and force an Akai pick. They've been doing that for a couple of games, and there's one thing that I've noticed, Sama, is that whichever team has picked up a Barretts has not been able to do good in that match.
Yeah. In today's match, especially because in previous days, actually Barretts was pretty good. They did pretty well with Barretts, and I think the Barretts win rate for this tournament was quite high, unless these matches happened. But yeah, Akai will be banned from the side of Team Crisis. Once again, it's a very similar ban that has been executed by Team Crisis here, whereas 3rd ban from the side of Team Avengers is going to be 1-1 again. Once they faced 1-1 and they lost against the team that had 1-1, they're not gonna face her again. The ever jumping.
Yeah, I mean, they directly ban it out, and I was about to say that Kaja might be the first pick for Crisis Requital, but they've logged it already before I could say that. But I want to say, would a Carmilla be a good answer? No, they're going to retain the previous match's draft. That's going to be the Lunux along with the Balmond. So, what will Crisis Requital answer that back with? Maybe another Barats into Fasa composition? Or maybe they want to change things up.
Do you? I don't think they'll lock Barretts this time.
I mean, Barats has been the black sheep or the black dinosaur, you can say, for the entirety of this series. But they're gonna lock in the Fredrin for this game as well as the Beatrix. They're not gonna allow this to go into the hands of Void.
Oh my god, okay. Beatrix has been swapping from here to there to here, but this time, I think it's 2 times that Soren will be using this Beatrix. In the first game, she was the MVP in the first game, so let's see how will she be able to do in the last game. Best of 5, first and last Beatrix actually. But yes, 3rd pick from the side of Team Avengers. He has Quiz is Misery. Will be picking hero for the team. They already have 2 heroes. That is okay. Atlas finally will be picked up from the side of Team Avengers here. I was not expecting that, and obviously they banned Diggy because Diggy would have been the perfect counter for the Fatal Link, which would have been executed by Zebling. So what do you have to say about this Atlas? It was open, and Zebling, and Avengers played it just right, picking it and banning Diggy.
This is absolutely what happens whenever you're on the second pick. You get a choice at that point when it's a final pick in the first half of the drafting phase. Then you can pick a hero and as well as ban out the counter right away. So that's exactly what they've done. And now banning away the Valentina. So strategic drafting coming in from Avengers in this game. I would say I'm going to give them a plus point for that, because now there's absolutely no way for Crisis Requital to counter the Fatal Links, neither by Diggy or by using a Valentina to, get the Fatal Links themselves, or one for themselves. So that's such a great drafting, but I want to see how they're going to pull this one through, because Beatrix as well as Fredrin and Kaja, they're a pretty decent composition and are not quite dependent on each other, that they're going to stick together, so they will have some distance between them. So it might get difficult for Zibling to actually land in his fatal links on a couple of those heroes. And if in case Stripe decides to pick up a Lilia for himself, that would mean a free black shoes, and if with a purifier, he would be able to just nullify the fatal links.
Indeed. I'm just, excited to see. And as you said, it was a very good drafting, coming in from Team Avengers. But for gold laner, as they didn't have much option, because the very popular two heroes that were used in this tournament and we're pretty strong, Melissa and Clint both are banned. Therefore, they have locked into this Irithel. I have seen Void on Irithel. He is quite good, and Sorin on that Beatrix, he's good as well. So let's see who wins at the gold lane. But I still think, who do you think wins, in the gold lane in the early game, in the initial games? It's Beatrix or Irithel.
I don't think so it should even be a question, because I'm just going to place my bets on Beatrix, especially in that early game, because Erethiel, yes, she can deal a decent amount of damage, but the Nibiru of Beatrix has been buffed recently, so it deals a lot more damage than it used to and has that early laning priority. So with that thing in mind, I believe the early gold lane should go into the hands of Crisis Requital. But that's just about the gold lane. The rest, all the other lanes, I feel like there is a possibility for Avengers to have a chance, but they want to lock in a Baraz for the EXP. I don't think so. That would be a good choice. Usually, a much better one at that, but a little questionable pick for the EXP on my end.
Yuzong.
I mean, yes, he can use the Black Dragon form to jump into the backline. He might try and capture the Beatrix or maybe the Sicilian, but I believe both of them would be able to run away and create that distance from Yuzong. I feel like they could have gone something along the lines of an Esmeralda, which actually worked out pretty well for them in game number 2 as well as 4, or maybe they could have just gone in with a Lapu Lapu or a Terizla, they would have provided a pretty massive front lining. But all right, they've got comfort with the Yuzhong, they've locked it for themselves. So with the Black Dragon form, they've got a decent amount of mobility. We'll have to just wait and see how well they're gonna pull it through, as it's going to be the final game of the evening, guys. The best of 5, fifth game between Crisis Requital on the blue taking on Avengers on the red. Let's see which one of them gets the win as we head into the land of dawn.
Final game of the morning. Actually scary. It's quite late. It's actually about 2 a.m. in Nepal here. I don't know about. Hey, we're just 15 minutes apart, right? So yeah. Yes, obviously, jungler going in for their respective farms, and the supports from both of the team are actually supporting their marksmen. But Kaja decides to go in the Lethal Wanderer's lane instead. I'm not quite sure who, but it was Avengers who managed to take the Lethal Wanderer. Therefore, they might have quite advantage with leveling up quite quickly for Limward actually, and a bit of a CCTV over the lanes, but not lanes on the what they say
river.
Riverside. My bad, guys. It's really late. My brain is not quite working well. But yes,
someone is sleepy.
Oh my god.
But of course, it's none of the players that are in field right now, as we can clearly see how well they're trying to establish their dominance in towards the bottom side. They know that Erethiel gets, a pretty good scaling in towards that mid to late game. So they want to make sure that the goal lane is in their control. Crisis Requital and now making a rotation towards the top side. Lethal counter has already been used up from Balmond, and that is going to be the Phantom Steed called up. Lunax seem to be in trouble. Flicker has been used up, so he will survive for now. Lemon lives to see yet another day. Atlas making a rotation from the bottom side, but the priority in towards the turtle pit, I feel like, is in the hands of Crisis Requital. Let's see if they actually manage to get a couple of pickoffs though. But no, Yuzhong actually manages to zone out perfectly, and Leomord will fall. No! Win surviving with slither of HP. My goodness, that's going to be so frustrating for Misery. I can totally understand that, but Turtle will be secured by Yahiko, so they get something out of that trade.
Indeed, the HP was not even visible for a win, but he somehow managed to survive that. On the bottom lane, it's obviously Rithel versus Beatrix here. Both are on the level 4, and Kaja is there on. Oh wait, he was just flickered. He used flicker, probably trying to use the Divine Judgment, but he might get a reverse effect here. And the passive from Atlas, freezing that Kaja, and First Blood will be in the hands of Avengers this time. Okay. Kaja got outplayed there, he went in and he died, but yeah, happens, guys.
He was so close yet so far, and things turning out entirely different from what he imagined to. And the goal lead, which was about 100 or a couple of $100, now has increased to almost 1,000. And if in case this increases, it's going to be a trouble, and it's going to be a massive trouble. That's going to be the flicker as well as Fatal Links wasted for Artis, and he will be picked off. Phantom Seed used up by Leomord to zone out the remaining members. Lead encounter not available, but A seems to be in trouble, and that's going to be a massive blow right onto the face of Lemon. A pretty good play coming in from the Fredrin, man. That ultimate is such a game changer at times, and this is exactly why people, they play pretty safe whenever they're up against a Fredrin. They know that the burst can come out at any point.
Exactly, and super annoying, super unpredictable. But yes, we just got to see that, team fight, and as you said, good execution from the side of Team Crisis here. Once again, Turtle will be respawned in the Land of Dawn. First Turtle was taken down from the side of Team Avengers. Let's see who takes down the second Turtle in the game. And Kaja once again gets picked up here, but this time Atlas is the one who got down here still. Okay, lethal counter was executed, but it got cancelled right there. But still, Balmon will be able to take down the turtle for himself. Double kill will be secured by Lunox here. They're still going in for more. Void actually, jumping in. He also got some tower damage, but he managed to take down the mage of the team. Gives Yahiko taking so much damage, but Naviru's Passion will be able to take him down for now. Therefore, it will be 1-for-1 trade. My God.
Absolutely. And I wouldn't exactly call it a 1-for-1. I would more likely say it a 3-for-1, because they managed to pick off Sicilian as well as Leomord, and I believe it was the Fredrin. No, it was the Kaja that they managed to pick off. Fredrin will fall for now, though Leomord will make sure to trade it off by taking down Lunox, but the tier 1 has already fallen, so the damage has been done. There comes in the heavy crossbow. Void dealing a ton of damage, does not have enough to pick Leomord off, but that's about it. That's going to be Nibiru's Passion in the bottom, used up as well, but no trades coming in whatsoever. So I would say objectively, it's Team Avengers who are getting the win.
Indeed, they are also okay on the bottom lane. I think Divine Judgment will be used. Yuzong in a pretty uncomfortable situation here because he can't do much being a melee hero, but I think bottom lane towers will be gone for Avengers. For now, they're just positioning on the bushes on the bottom lane, but they'll probably go on for now. And 5-5 under 6 minutes, the gold lead is in the hands of Avengers, probably because they were able to secure some good objectives. Probably because they managed to take the turtle as well as a tower. No, well, they don't have towers. They do have towers. They managed to take down the top tier tower. Probably the gold. No, gold lane was bottom lane. My bad, guys.
Yeah.
But yes, 5 seconds for turtle to be respawned once again. Both of the turtles till now are taken down by Avengers, and let's see if I don't think they will contest for the turtle crisis. It will be an easy turtle for Avengers to take down all of the 3 turtles in the hands of Team Avengers.
That is true, but the tier 1 of top lane has also been taken down by Crisis Requital, so they're making sure that they get objectives somewhere in the map, and that is going to be the Divine Judgment used up. Brilliance as well as the flicker forced out of Lunox. And that is going to be Lunux still surviving after all of those resources being burned up by the members of Crisis Requital, and that's going to be the fatal links onto the face of Ace. He will not survive. I mean, that was a very good answer. The retaliation from the side of Avengers, making sure that the punish is absolutely on point, taking down the tier 1 on the bottom as well. And they've got the lead. They're increasing it further. They've got around a 1.2k gold lead, which was less than a couple $100 a few seconds ago, and that is exactly how they end up snowballing in almost each and every game. As for the late game scaling, Sama, I feel like it is much better when I look at the draft of Avengers. They've got the Lunux, they also have the Erithiel, and I don't think so there's any other answer apart from Sicilian coming in from the side of Crisis Requital. So I believe the later this game goes, the stronger Avengers will become.
Indeed, indeed. And one good fatal link, one good combo, and it might be pretty difficult for, Team Crisis here and Zebling probably trying to make some move here, but they're probably trying to take out as much towers as they can. They still have to take down this mid lane towers, for them to even more for them to actually pressurize the Team Crisis even more. So they're probably looking forward to this. And yes, this time it will be Lord that will be respawning, and just 10 seconds for Lord to be respawned. And as Avengers, we can see that they have the control over the map. They're all over the map, and they'll probably go in for Lord as soon as it spawns. Not respawns, but yeah, I mean, this time I think Crisis will definitely try to contest here, but I don't know if that will be fruitful because Fatal Link will be used on Fredrin right away. He is trying to escape Phantom State. Probably trying to zone out here. Will they go in? But Mega Kill will be secured here from Void actually, and yes, Avengers will be going in for the Lord. Less than 50 HP on the Lord, but the jungler from the side of Team Crisis is missing. Therefore, there will be no disturbance for Balmond to safely take down the Lord for the team.
Absolutely. That pickoff on Kaja made sure that there's no one to peel those bushes, and that is exactly what helped Avengers to secure that Lord without any difficulties. And now they're going to go in for more siege. Going to take tier 2 of the bottom as well, and there's nothing Crisis Requital can do to stop that at this point. The goal lead is increasing uncontrollably. It is almost reaching 5k, and with this Lord push they're going to gain a ton of exp as well as the gold, since mid lane tier 3, which was standing up until this point, will definitely fall unless there's some kind of play that we might see from Ace, but he does not have the flicker. So as long as Avengers they do not overextend, they'll be able to easily take down those objectives as well as increase their goal lead even further. Let's have a quick look at the items. Lunux got the kit full. That's this Lightning Truncheon as well as the Clock of Destiny Retail, already securing the Wind of Nature, making sure that Beatrix is not dealing as much damage as she thinks she should. Yuzhong with the Blade Armor as well as the Radiant Armor is going to go in for his next damage item, probably a War Axe or maybe a Bloodlust Axe, which just Leomort has completed. Look at the back line, how Beatrix has been zoned out. That's going to be Inhibitor taken out, and as the fight continues, that's going to be Balmond taking a double kill right away. Lord has been taken care of, the damage has already been done, the Inhibitor on the top has been taken down. Bottom lane will be the next priority for the minions, but as for the whole team of Avengers, they're gonna take down the mid tier 2 as well as tier 1.
The amount of pressure that Team Crisis are in right now, oh my god, I don't want to be on their spot right now because this is the best of 5, the last game to determine who wins the game, and Avengers are completely, I would say they are quite dominating right now. 11 minutes inside the game, 5 goal lead and a 5 kill lead, and goal lead is quite visible on the description there. But yeah, let's see if Fatal Link will be executed here. Flicker plus Fatal Link, 2 of the members gets caught up here. Lethal counter will be used right away. Double kill will be secured from the side of Team Crisis. Actually, I was quite not expecting that, but I think they took a bit of tower damage. Atlas was taking a lot of tower damage there, and he went down, whereas Lemon got a bit vulnerable there too, and he went down as well. So it was actually 1 for 2, Only, I mean, they managed to take Beatrix down, but still, it was
Hmm.
not how I expected it to go. But yeah.
That is true. I believe this was a little more forced extension from the members of Avengers. They could have played a little different, since now for the next 2 minutes they won't be able to use up the flicker as it's not available. It will be on the cooldown. So I believe they burned up quite a few resources in order to gain absolutely nothing from that trade. So wasn't that good, but alright, we're gonna see how they're gonna play with this Lord. The dance is already there. That's gonna be the Divine Judgment used up already. Yeah, he go quite low in the HP. The Phantom Street connects, but it's not enough to pick anyone off. We might see the fight continue. Yu Zhong seems to be in trouble. Will have to retreat. It was a Fredrin though, but Kajao will be the first casualty in that team fight from the hands of Erethiel. That's gonna be the lethal counter connecting, and Erethiel's gonna make sure that she secures a double, make it a triple. It is a maniac. Are we gonna see a savage? No, the lifesteal was not enough. So shutdown coming in, Soren with that shutdown, but the maniac in the hands of Void on that Erethiel clearly shows up that the scaling is already there. He does not need any more items now. He's basically fully kitted at this point to take them down.
Exactly. Void jumping into the towers, diving, taking those kills. And actually, guys, to mention first, a maniac in the annual Ace Invitational tournament will be from the side of Avengers. Void, GG, well played. But let's see if Crisis will be able to defend this Lord, because it might be quite hard for them. You know, Atlas is there, could be using his Fatal Link, at any time. They have to be very cautious with every move, you know. So let's see if they will be able to defend this, or will this be the end of Team Crisis?
Looking at the farm difference, Crisis awaits them, so it seems so troublesome for their side to actually defend this one. As for the wave clearing, they've got the Beatrix, so that's some decent wave clearing, and they also have the Sicilian into the hands of Strife. So he will be able to clear those waves fairly easily, but of course, those Mega Minions, they're not gonna go down easily. It they'll require at least a couple of or a few more hits from the Bat's impact, and the longer it goes, the more difficult it becomes for them to clear out the waves. Still, as for the wave clearance, they've got a decent amount, but the inhibitor of the mid as well as the bottom, they will be in trouble. They will probably be taken down. I believe mid has already been taken down, if I'm not wrong. But yeah, the bottom will definitely be taken down, since the wave management is absolutely on point by the side of Avengers. I want to see how Crisis Requital come back from this one. How they're gonna change this Infinity War to the end game, because it seems difficult and it seems very difficult.
Indeed, and the pause is gone, guys, and we're back in the game. Beatrix just looking out for the Lord, melting it down as fast as possible so that the base can remain safe. They still have two inhibitors. Phantom stayed right away from Leomord here, probably trying to make some move here, but mid lane inhibitors are gone. Beatrix using her ultimate to clear out the minion waves as fast as possible. We can just see that Lemon just built his winter Turchin actually to outplay situations, or maybe to just sustain a bit more in the team fight. But yeah, actually they managed to defend it pretty easily.
Because for now the wave clearing is much more than sufficient, and of course Sicilian has scaled quite decently up until this point. He's been shut down a couple of times, but he has not left that scaling. He's continuously hitting those bad impact on some or the other target. So that is probably the reason why they've easily managed to clear those waves. But of course, they've lost the mid lane inhibitor too. That means Mega Minions from another specific lane. And it also means the full access to the entire jungle of Crisis Requital. So the economical damage can also be done from there. Let's have a quick look at the items. Erethiel with the Berserker's Fury, Wind Talker, as well as the Malefic Roar, probably going in for the BOD at this point. Is gonna complete her kit. Meanwhile, Beatrix with the BOD Malefic Roar, Wind of Nature, Har's Claw, and the final item will probably be a Hunter Strike. So good build coming in from both of these marksmen, but still one is being able to transition it to the pickoffs and kills, while other one is facing the problems, and that is just because how well Avengers are playing along with the draft that they have right now. Yahiko with the frontlining, Zebling with those surprise fatal links, as well as Misery with those long backline targeting Black Dragon forms. It's something that Crisis Requital are facing a lot of problem dealing with. So if in case this continues, I think so the game will be it and it will go in favor of Avengers. But of course, Crisis Requital are not gonna go down without a fight, and this Lord fight is going to prove the
Wait.
exact same thing. No steal coming in whatsoever, but Atlas has been picked off already, and the fight continues. Yuzhong with the Black Dragon form in the backline has been deleted instantly, and it is clear cut retreat coming in from the side of Team Avengers.
Indeed, he he definitely tried to go in and probably try to initiate a team fight maybe, but as you said, he got instantly deleted because the damage from the Beatrix and Sicilian as well as the other members are unavoidable at this point of time, because it's already 7 minutes inside the game, and they will have the damage to actually melt down at least the fighter of the team. But look at this Lord getting instantly melted. Obviously Beatrix is there, and we saw how Sorin was playing Beatrix in the first game, but once again Phantom State will be used, Fatal Link will be used right away, Midland towers are gone, and oh my god. Okay, they managed to take down the Lord as well as they managed to force a team fight, which they were not likely to lose, I think. But
And they managed to take down the mid tier one as well. That's gonna give them some breathing room at least, as well as some access to their own jungle, meaning they'll be getting the farm that they require. But now Lemon has made the Divine Glaive too. I cannot
indeed,
wait for those, bait Ruby DD plays that are gonna come in from him. As he already has the Winter Truncheon, which you just mentioned, the
oh,
concealed play. There is Fredrin, Picker forced out already. So that's a major resource that Wizard has used up already. But okay, Lord Pit, it is under the control of Avengers, but that was only for so long.
mm-hmm. And they still have a couple of not couple of seconds, they have 50 seconds, almost 60 seconds for Lord to be respawn in the Land of Dawn once again. And it will be the fourth Lord, guys, that Avengers or a Team Crisis will be taking down. I think Avengers are not trying to force a team fight right now. They're letting, because, they can't take chances here, Avengers. They have to be careful with that, because after having they had a good game in this match, especially since the early game they were quite dominating, I would say, and losing a one team fight could change the tides of the game, so they have to be very careful with executing the skills. And I just noticed one thing, that Avengers they haven't used any skin. Did you notice that? They are all in the basic hero forms. I just noticed that.
It's not just Avengers, I believe it's
Yeah,
both of
Team
these teams.
Crisis as well.
Yeah, it's not like they're not using any skins, it's just that the resources are not downloaded. For
What?
that dear streamer. Yes, that is the only reason why you see Yu Jong running in that black dragon
Oh
form
my
instead of
god!
actually becoming a dragon.
I actually thought they were trying to be humble, but I was
No, absolutely not.
I was wrong, ladies and gentlemen, but let's move into the Land of Dawn once again. This will be the fourth Lord will be taken down from the side of Team Avengers. Okay, Misery was quite low there, but the passive will be able to regain some of his HP. And they will have to defend one more Lord, so this might be quite frustrating for, Team Crisis defending the Lord back-to-back. But they do have a good lane clearing capability. Heroes, for instance, they have this Sicilian, they have this, Beatrix, who will be able to clear the minion waves from quite distance, but let's see what happens. Will this be the end, or will it stay? Will the game stay for a bit longer?
We'll have to wait, we'll have to see. Tower in the bottom side is also being worked upon by the side of Avengers. Sword is being chunked little by little. Strife, he already has his stacks up, and the minion wave are also there. No, a flicker is available, so I'm waiting for a flicker fataling combination by Zibling, but he is not forcing the issue whatsoever. They're playing it so disciplined. They don't want to overextend. They know the potential that Crisis Requital have on their hands, even with these picks, even with that much amount of farm differential. But still, he's playing a little safe. We might see another setup coming in from him. Nope, says the members of Crisis Requital. They're gonna defend it while staying inside their crystal.
Oh my god, 21 minutes inside the game actually, and they perfectly managed to defend the Lord away. As you said, Zebling is not trying to overextend it, not going in for, with that flicker. He could actually with flicker plus fataling, but he actually did a two-man ultimate coming in from the side of Zebling. Okay, Navir's passion as well, but oh my god, so many immortalities popped up at the same time, but lethal counter will be able to take down that Kaja right away. Beatrix actually melting down everyone. Double kill will be secured, and they are going in for more misery. I think we'll be able to escape, but it was 1-for-3 trade actually ace for 3 of the members. Oh my god, on the top lane I can still see Fredrin and Misery going 1v1, but I think yes, Misery will be retreating for now. And oh my god, are they looking for ending this game? Oh my god, wait, Misery is quite miserable.
Whoa!
He popped up. Misery gone. Only one of the members surviving from the team Avengers. Will this be the end, guys? They are showing recall. Navir's passion wasn't used, but the basic attack is enough for Beatrix to take him down. Oh my god. Sicilian for the finishing blow, and this will be the end of Avengers. Oh my god, that was so unexpected. Oh, scared yet. What do you have to say about this?
I mean, the tables turned right at the last second. This is the reason why you never, give a single chance to your opponent, even though you've got a massive, humongous goal lead of 7,000, 8,000 goal. Your opponent, if they get one opening, they're gonna capitalize on that, and that's exactly what we saw in this game. Thorin on his Beatrix, 5, 1, and 6 played absolutely perfect. He knew how he needs to deal with the members of Avengers in that mid to late game, and man, that was so on point. He made sure to stay alive in that last team fight and just transition it towards into a tower push, and that Yuzhong, he was no way surviving that burst. Even though he made a blade armor, the thing that's missing is a dominant size that lowers down the attack speed of your opponent, also giving you a lot of tankiness in that physical damage department. So that item was missing. So even though you're gonna make a blade armor, you will be bursted down pretty quickly, especially when the Beatrix is there on a full build with the Hunter Strike, the Harsh Claw, Wind of Nature, Malefic Roar, and the Blade of Despair.
Yes, indeed. And in the last fight, actually, it was initiation from Zebling, but somehow the fight got in the favor of Team Crisis here. So congratulations to Team Crisis for winning this round of the match. It was insane to witness, all the best of fives. Every match was interesting, and especially this last game was very, very, very unexpected. As they say, expect the unexpected. Or yeah, that was it for today, guys. Now, if we're looking into the data section, you can take a look. Beatrix with the highest tower damage because she was pushing like a maniac as soon as couple of members were dead from the side of Avengers. Teamfight participation, everyone has a maximum teamfight participation except for Kaja. He has 40%, whereas from the side of Team Avengers, 94% teamfight participation for Void. He also managed to get a maniac, but unfortunately this was not their day. Avengers lost at this match against Team Crisis. So yes, this will be it for today, guys. It was so fun witnessing all these matches together with you, and thank you for staying with us till this late at night, morning, whatever you say. But we will be back tomorrow with other 2 matches with some extraordinary teams. And this is Sama from the Casa deck with Scared Yet, and we'll be back tomorrow to cast the other matches. Sleep well, good night, and I'll see you tomorrow. No nightmares. Bye-bye.